Number 1. Constant comparison. As you settle into a state of quiet repose, let us begin our journey by exploring a silent habit that occupies the mind more than any other: the instinct of constant comparison. It is a subtle, almost invisible reflex woven into the fabric of our daily thoughts, an automatic measure of our progress against the perceived progress of others. In its most basic form, this instinct served a purpose, helping us understand our place within a tribe, to learn and adapt. But in our modern world, this once useful tool has become a source of profound and quiet distress, amplified into a constant, roaring feed of information that never ceases. We find ourselves scrolling through a curated gallery of human experience, a digital hall of mirrors reflecting polished, perfected versions of life. Each image, each announcement of a new job, a new relationship, or a distant vacation becomes an unintentional yardstick against which we measure the texture of our own ordinary days. The fundamental flaw in this process, the one that guarantees our own dissatisfaction, is that we are comparing our behind-the-scenes footage, complete with all the uncut moments of doubt, struggle, and mundane reality, with the highlight reel of everyone else's. This unfair equation is a game rigged from the start, one that can only lead to a persistent feeling of falling behind, of being somehow less than. The emotional cost is immense. It is a quiet thief that steals the joy from our own achievements and plants seeds of envy where contentment could grow. It pushes us to chase goals that may not align with our own soul, simply to keep pace in a race with no finish line. The antidote to this pervasive pattern does not lie in ignoring the world, but in a gentle and deliberate shift of focus. It is the practice of turning your gaze away from the paths of others and looking back upon your own. The only truly meaningful comparison is with the person you were yesterday. This is the true measure of progress. Releasing the need to measure your life against another's is an act of profound liberation. But this freedom immediately presents us with a new, perhaps more daunting challenge. What do we find when we are finally forced to look within, to face the often unflattering mirror of our own self-reflection? Number 2. Resisting self-reflection. Having turned our gaze from the outside world, we now stand before the inner mirror, and it is here that we encounter a deep and common resistance. Self-reflection is the simple act of having an honest conversation with oneself. Yet for many, it is an uncomfortable, even avoided practice. It is like owning a house but never daring to enter a specific room because we fear what we might find inside. We keep the door closed, preferring the comfort of the known spaces to the potential discomfort of the unknown. This resistance stems from a fear of the truth. To truly look at ourselves means to see not only our strengths and triumphs, but also our inconsistencies, our shortcomings, and the patterns we repeat unconsciously. It requires us to acknowledge the promises we've broken to ourselves, the goals we've abandoned, and the ways in which we might be contributing to our unhappiness. This level of honesty can feel harsh, like a cold light exposing every flaw. So instead of facing it, we fill the silence with noise. We busy ourselves with work,
entertainment, and endless distractions, ensuring there is never a quiet moment for our own thoughts to surface. We live on autopilot, following routines and scripts without ever questioning if they are truly serving us. The consequence of this avoidance is that problems are never addressed. They are simply buried. Hidden frustrations can fester, turning into resentment. Unexamined habits continue to steer our lives in directions we did not consciously choose. We lose touch with our own inner compass, our own intuition, and what we truly value. But self-reflection is not meant to be an act of self-criticism. It is an act of self-compassion, of getting to know yourself as you would a dear friend. It is about understanding, not judging. It is the foundation of all meaningful change. For it is in this quiet, honest space that we can finally see the armor we have built to protect our fragile parts, the most common of which is a rigid and demanding shield we call perfectionism.
Number 3. Letting perfectionism halt progress. As we begin to acknowledge our inner world through self-reflection, we often discover parts of ourselves we deem imperfect. Our natural response is to hide or fix these parts, and this is where the noble pursuit of excellence can curdle into the paralyzing force of perfectionism. Perfectionism is not about having high standards, it is about having impossible standards. It is fear disguised as virtue, a deeply held belief that if we are not flawless, we are fundamentally unworthy. This belief acts as a cage, beautifully gilded, but a cage nonetheless, preventing us from taking action. It is the writer who spends weeks polishing a single sentence, never finishing the chapter. It is the artist who hides their canvases, convinced their work is never quite ready to be seen. It is the entrepreneur who delays their launch indefinitely, waiting for the mythical, perfect moment that will never arrive. The core issue is a shift in focus from progress to the avoidance of error. Every step becomes a high-stakes performance, and the fear of making a mistake becomes so overwhelming that it feels safer to do nothing at all. Progress, however, is inherently messy. It is a process of trial, error, and refinement. True growth happens not in the absence of flaws, but in our willingness to move forward despite them. The cost of perfectionism is devastatingly high. It is a graveyard of unfinished projects, unspoken ideas, and unexplored potential. It drains our energy not in creation, but in endless revision and self-doubt. To break free, we must embrace the concept of good enough. We must give ourselves permission to be beginners, to be awkward, to create clumsy first drafts. By focusing on completion rather than perfection, we reclaim our momentum and allow ourselves to learn through doing. This requires letting go of the need for an impenetrable exterior, and it demands a different kind of strength, a willingness to be seen in our beautiful, flawed humanity, a strength we call vulnerability. Number 4. Believing vulnerability is weakness. To let go of the shield of perfectionism, we must be willing to expose what lies beneath it, our authentic, imperfect selves. This act of exposure is called vulnerability, and it is perhaps one of the most misunderstood concepts in our emotional lives. We are often taught to equate vulnerability with weakness,
to see it as an open invitation for harm or judgment. We believe that to be strong is to be stoic, impenetrable, and always in control. We build walls around our hearts and minds, carefully curating an image of capability and self-sufficiency. But this is a profound misunderstanding of where true strength resides. Vulnerability is not weakness. It is the birthplace of courage. It takes far more strength to admit you don't know the answer than to pretend you do. It requires immense bravery to express your true feelings, knowing they may not be reciprocated. It is an act of power to ask for help, acknowledging that you cannot do everything alone. The walls we build to protect ourselves from hurt also become the walls that keep out love, connection, and genuine support. When we refuse to be vulnerable, we prevent others from truly seeing us, and we deny ourselves the chance to be loved for who we are, not for the mask we wear. In professional settings, a leader who shows vulnerability builds trust and psychological safety, creating a team that is more innovative and resilient. In friendships, sharing our struggles is what transforms acquaintances into confidants. It is the glue that bonds human hearts. Avoiding vulnerability does not make you strong. It makes you isolated. It keeps you performing on a stage instead of living an authentic life. The truth is, strength is not the absence of fear or doubt. It is the willingness to move forward with them. It is the courage to be seen, imperfections and all. And the primary reason we fear this exposure is the looming shadow of what others might think, the deep-seated fear of judgment.
Number 5. Letting the fear of judgment silence you. The reason we so often mistake vulnerability for weakness is rooted in a powerful and primal social fear, the fear of judgment. It is the silent question that echoes in our minds before we speak up in a meeting, share a creative idea, or voice a dissenting opinion. What will they think of me? This fear is a powerful inhibitor, a gatekeeper that often shuts down our most authentic expressions before they ever see the light of day. It is the fear of being misunderstood, ridiculed, dismissed, or labeled as incompetent. This fear can become so ingrained that it operates automatically, causing us to self-censor without even realizing it. We hold back a question in a classroom for fear of sounding foolish, only to hear someone else ask it and receive praise. We keep a valuable insight to ourselves during a team project, watching as another person later voices the same idea and gets the credit. In our personal lives, we might swallow our true feelings to avoid conflict, creating a superficial peace that masks a growing distance. Each time we allow this fear to silence us, we reinforce the belief that the approval of others is more important than our own contribution. We trade the possibility of impact for the illusion of safety. The problem is that this safety is a cage. Over time, a pattern of silence can lead to a diminished sense of self. We begin to feel invisible or insignificant, not because we have nothing to offer, but because we have trained ourselves not to offer it. This can affect our career progression, the depth of our relationships, and our own self-confidence.
Overcoming this fear is not about becoming immune to the opinions of others. It is about recalibrating the balance, giving more weight to our own voice and less to the imagined voices of our critics. It starts with small acts of courage, speaking up in low-stakes situations to prove to ourselves that the imagined judgment is almost always worse than the reality. And a primary component of this fear is an even more specific socially charged emotion, the deep and unsettling fear of embarrassment.
Number 6. Letting the fear of embarrassment hold you back. Diving deeper into the fear of judgment, we find its sharpest and most immediate expression, the fear of embarrassment. It is a uniquely social emotion, a hot flush of self-consciousness that arises from the belief that we have made a fool of ourselves in the eyes of others. It is the fear of tripping in public, of mispronouncing a word in a presentation, or of having our efforts fall flat. While the feeling itself is temporary, the fear of it can be so powerful that it dictates our choices and limits our lives in significant ways. We choose the safe path, not because it is the one we want, but because it is the one with the lowest risk of looking foolish. This fear prevents us from trying new things where we are guaranteed to be clumsy beginners. We might avoid joining a dance class, learning a new language, or picking up a musical instrument because the initial phase of incompetence feels too exposed, too embarrassing to endure. In our careers, it can stop us from taking on challenging projects or from networking with new people because the risk of saying or doing the wrong thing feels too great. We stick to our comfort zones, which are in reality zones of stagnation, all to avoid a fleeting moment of social discomfort. What we often fail to realize is the profound asymmetry of embarrassment. We are the main character in our own movie, and we believe a spotlight follows our every move. In our minds, our mistake is a pivotal scene that everyone is watching intently. In reality, everyone else is the main character in their own movie. They are far more concerned with their own lives, their own insecurities, and their own potential missteps. Our embarrassing moment is, at best, a brief cameo in their story, forgotten almost as soon as it happens. We replay the event in our minds for days, while others have moved on in seconds. Letting this fear hold you back is to trade long-term growth for short-term relief from a feeling that is both temporary and largely imagined. And often, to justify this fear-based inaction, we tell ourselves a convenient story, that we simply lack the innate ability, the natural gift, the talent required to succeed anyway. Number 7. Thinking talent matters more than persistence. When the fear of embarrassment or failure holds us back, we often rationalize our inaction with a simple but powerful belief that success is primarily a product of innate talent. We look at successful people and see only the final, polished result, concluding they must have been born with a gift that we lack. This mindset creates a fixed narrative where people are divided into the haves and the have-nots. If you believe you are a have-not, it seems logical to not even try. thus protecting yourself from the inevitable disappointment. This is a profound and limiting mistake. Talent, while real, is often just the starting line. It may determine how quickly someone gets off the blocks, but it says nothing about who will finish the marathon. The true engine of long-term achievement is not talent, but persistence and discipline. Persistence is the unwavering commitment to keep going in the face of setbacks, obstacles, and moments of doubt. It is the resilience to get up one more time than you fall down. Discipline is the structure that makes persistence possible. It is the conscious choice to do the work, even when motivation is absent. It is the small, consistent, and often unglamorous daily actions that compound over time into mastery. Think of a naturally gifted musician who rarely practices versus a moderately gifted one who practices with discipline every single day. Initially, the talented musician may shine brighter, but over years, the disciplined one will surpass them, their skill forged through thousands of hours of deliberate effort. In any field, from business to science to the arts, the landscape is filled with talented individuals who were outpaced by those who were simply more determined, more consistent, and more willing to put in the work. Believing that talent is the primary ingredient for success is a passive and disempowering worldview. It absolves us of the responsibility to try. But embracing the power of persistence puts the control back in our hands. It means that our potential is not a fixed point, but an ever-expanding horizon, defined not by our starting gifts, but by our willingness to endure the journey, especially when we inevitably encounter what feels like failure.
Number 8. Believing failure is permanent. If we accept that persistence is the key to growth, we must also accept its inseparable companion, failure. Yet our culture often treats failure not as a step in the process, but as a final verdict on our worth and capability. We see it as a mark of shame, a definitive endpoint that proves we were not good enough. This belief that failure is permanent is one of the most paralyzing mistakes we can make, as it prevents us from taking the very risks that are essential for learning and success. When you believe failure is a final destination, every challenge becomes a high-stakes gamble. The fear of not succeeding can be so great that you either avoid the challenge altogether or become so brittle that the first setback shatters your resolve. You might receive a rejection for a job application and conclude you are unemployable, rather than seeing it as feedback to improve your resume. You might launch a project that doesn't get the expected traction and abandon it, instead of using the experience as market research for your next iteration. This mindset fails to recognize a fundamental truth. Virtually all success is built upon a foundation of previous failures. Scientists conduct countless failed experiments before a breakthrough. Entrepreneurs often have several failed businesses before one succeeds. Writers accumulate stacks of rejection letters. For them, failure is not a verdict, it is data. Each failure is simply an outcome that provides valuable information about what doesn't work, guiding them closer to what does. To change our relationship with failure, we must reframe it. It is not an indictment of our character, but a natural and necessary part of any meaningful pursuit. It is the tuition we pay for our education in life. Adopting this perspective allows us to develop resilience, the ability to bounce back with new knowledge and renewed determination. It transforms failure from a wall that stops us into a staircase that helps us climb higher. And often, our fear of this very process leads us to seek refuge in one of the most common forms of inaction, the endless habit of waiting for perfect conditions. Number 9. Always waiting for perfect conditions. The fear of failure, the sting of imperfection, and the weight of judgment can lead us to seek a seemingly logical solution: to wait. We tell ourselves we will start when the time is right, when we have more knowledge, more money, more confidence, or when the stars align in some perfect mythical constellation. This habit of waiting for perfect conditions is a subtle but potent form of procrastination, a mistake that allows our most important goals to wither on the vine of inaction. The reality is that perfect conditions are an illusion. Life is, by its very nature, imperfect and unpredictable. There will always be competing priorities, unexpected interruptions, and a lingering sense of not being quite ready. To wait for a moment of flawless certainty is to wait forever. This mistake is rooted in the belief that we must begin perfectly. We want to ensure success before we even take the first step. The person who wants to get in shape waits for the new year, the fancy gym membership, and the perfect workout plan, while ignoring the simple walk they could take today. The aspiring writer waits for a bolt of inspiration and a quiet, sunlit room, instead of writing a few clumsy paragraphs on their lunch break. The person dreaming of starting a business waits until they have a bulletproof plan, forgetting that the best plans are forged in the fire of action, not in the quiet of contemplation. By delaying action, we not only postpone our goals, we also rob ourselves of the most valuable resource for achieving them: momentum. Action creates clarity. It is through the messy, imperfect process of doing that we learn, adapt, and build the very confidence we thought we needed to begin. The difference between those who make progress and those who remain stuck is rarely about the conditions. It is about the willingness to start anyway. It is about embracing the power of an imperfect beginning. And as time marches on, this excuse of waiting for the right time can quietly morph into a more melancholic and seemingly irreversible one: the belief that we are simply too old. Number 10. Believing you're too old to start something new. As we move through life, the excuse of "not now" can slowly and insidiously transform into "it's too late." The belief that you are too old to begin something new is a self-imposed limitation, a door that we lock from the inside long before it needs to be closed. It is a mistake that quietly convinces us that our time for growth, adventure, and discovery has a firm expiration date. This belief often stems from a rigid cultural timeline of what we should be doing at certain ages. We see learning an instrument as something for the young, a career change as something for those in their 30s, or starting a new fitness journey as impractical past a certain point. We compare our potential beginning to the advanced progress of those who started earlier, and the gap feels too vast, too discouraging to bridge. But this perspective overlooks the unique advantages that come with age and experience. While a younger person may have more raw energy, an older learner often brings more patience, clearer focus, and a deeper sense of purpose to their pursuits. A person starting a business in midlife can draw upon decades of professional wisdom and a network of contacts that a 20-year-old could only dream of. Someone learning to paint later in life has a richer palette of life experiences to express on the canvas. The idea that age is a barrier is more about perception than reality. The world is filled with stories of people who achieved remarkable things well beyond their prime. The true obstacle is not the number of years we have lived, but the limiting stories we tell ourselves about what those years mean. Starting later may require a different pace or a different approach, but it does not preclude meaningful progress or profound satisfaction. Believing you are too old is to accept an end to your own story before the final chapters have been written. The truth is, as long as you are alive, you are a work in progress. And a fundamental part of that progress depends not on our age, but on our ability to distinguish between fleeting feelings and the enduring strength of our own inner resolve.
Number 11. Confusing comfort with happiness. Having committed to the inner work of self-reflection and vulnerability, our natural inclination is to seek a state of peace. But it is here, in our pursuit of well-being, that we encounter a subtle yet profound mistake, confusing the state of comfort with the experience of happiness. Comfort is the absence of difficulty. It is the warm, predictable, and safe space where there are no challenges and no risks. It is the easy choice, the familiar routine, the path of least resistance. Happiness, on the other hand, is not an absence of effort, but a presence of meaning. It is a deeper sense of fulfillment and satisfaction that often grows directly from overcoming challenges, from striving, and from engaging with life in a meaningful way. The mistake lies in believing that a life optimized for maximum comfort will automatically result in maximum happiness. In reality, a life lived solely in the comfort zone can become a recipe for stagnation and a quiet, gnawing sense of emptiness. Avoiding a difficult conversation brings the comfort of conflict avoidance, but prevents the happiness of a deeper, more honest connection. Skipping a workout provides the comfort of rest, but denies us the happiness of feeling strong and vibrant in our own bodies. Choosing passive entertainment over an active creative hobby gives us the comfort of ease, but robs us of the happiness that comes from skill building and self-expression. Comfort is about immediate relief, while happiness is about long-term fulfillment. The two are not enemies, but they are not the same. True, lasting happiness often requires us to step out of our comfort zone, to embrace a degree of healthy discomfort for a greater reward. It is built through conscious choices that align with our values, even when those choices are difficult. And to make these better choices, we often believe the key is simply to gather more facts, to arm ourselves with more data and more external knowledge, leading us to another common confusion, mistaking the possession of information for the practice of wisdom. Number 12. Confusing information with wisdom. In our quest to make better choices that lead to genuine happiness, we live in an age that offers a seemingly perfect solution, an infinite and instant supply of information. With a few clicks, we can access instructions on any topic, from financial planning to mindfulness techniques. This has led to the widespread mistake of confusing the accumulation of information with the attainment of wisdom. Information consists of facts, data, and instructions. It is the what and the how. Wisdom, however, is the deep and nuanced understanding of why, when,
and under what circumstances. It is the ability to apply knowledge with discernment, empathy, and foresight. You can read 100 books on relationships, gathering vast amounts of information, but wisdom is the quiet understanding you gain from navigating one difficult conversation with compassion. You can consume countless articles on productivity, but wisdom is recognizing when the most productive thing you can do is rest. The internet can give you a recipe, but it cannot give you the intuitive feel of a chef who knows when the dough is just right. The danger in confusing the two is that it can lead to a state of analysis paralysis, where we are so overwhelmed by conflicting information that we are unable to act. It can also create a false sense of confidence, where knowing a concept is mistaken for having embodied it. We think because we have read about mindfulness, we are mindful, or because we have watched a tutorial, we have mastered a skill. Wisdom is not collected, it is cultivated. It grows from the soil of direct experience, from trying, failing, reflecting, and trying again. It is the process of integrating information into our very being, so it becomes not just something we know, but a part of who we are. It is this embodied understanding that allows us to navigate the complexities and uncertainties of life. And one of the first and most difficult lessons that true wisdom teaches us is how to respond when life presents us with a reality that feels deeply, fundamentally unfair.
Number 13. Believing fairness is guaranteed in life. As we cultivate wisdom through experience, we inevitably collide with one of life's most difficult and unsettling truths, that life itself is not inherently fair. From a young age, we are often taught the principles of fairness, that hard work should be rewarded, that kindness should be reciprocated, and that good intentions should lead to good outcomes. The mistake is not in valuing fairness, but in expecting it to be a guaranteed and universal law. This expectation can become a source of profound bitterness and disillusionment, leaving us unprepared for the reality of the world. In daily life, evidence of this unfairness is everywhere. You may see someone who works less diligently get the promotion you deserved. You might invest your heart into a relationship only to be met with indifference. You could live a healthy lifestyle and still face an unexpected health challenge. When these moments occur, the belief in a fair world is shattered, and the natural response can be resentment, anger, and a sense of personal injustice. Why me becomes the recurring question. The problem with this mindset is that it traps us in a state of victimhood. It keeps our focus on what should have been, instead of on what we can do now. It drains our energy in protest against reality, rather than using that energy to adapt and move forward. The alternative is not to become cynical or to abandon our own principles of fairness. Instead, it is to cultivate resilience. Resilience is the ability to accept that we cannot control every outcome, but we can control our response. It is the understanding that setbacks are not always a reflection of our worth or our effort, but are often the result of a complex web of factors beyond our influence. By letting go of the expectation of guaranteed fairness, we free ourselves from the emotional burden of constant disappointment.
We can then approach life with a more pragmatic and powerful perspective, focusing on our own actions and our own integrity, regardless of the outcome. This allows us to navigate the uneven terrain of life with grace and strength, and it prepares us for the deeply personal challenge of how we handle being wronged, which brings us to the nature of forgiveness.
Number 14. Thinking forgiveness excuses bad behavior. When we are faced with the unfairness of being wronged by another person, we are presented with a powerful choice, a choice that brings us to the concept of forgiveness. Forgiveness is often presented as a noble and healing act, which it is. However, a common and damaging mistake is to believe that forgiveness is the same as excusing or condoning harmful behavior. This misunderstanding can trap us in cycles of hurt, where we offer absolution without ensuring our own safety and well-being. At its core, forgiveness is an internal process. It is the act of letting go of the heavy burden of anger, resentment, and the desire for retribution. It is a gift we give to ourselves, freeing up the emotional energy that was being consumed by a past grievance, so that we can invest it in our present and future. It is about finding peace within, regardless of what the other person does or does not do. The mistake is to confuse this internal release with an external permission slip. To forgive someone for breaking your trust does not mean you must immediately trust them again. To forgive someone for their hurtful words does not mean you must continue to listen to them. Forgiveness and accountability are two different things. We can forgive the person while still holding their actions to account. This is where boundaries become essential. True, healthy forgiveness is often accompanied by the implementation of clear and firm boundaries to prevent the harmful behavior from being repeated. It is saying, "I release my anger towards you, and I will also protect myself from being hurt in this way again." Without this second step, forgiveness can be misinterpreted as weakness or as an invitation to continue the behavior, leading to a pattern where we are repeatedly harmed and then expected to forgive. Understanding this distinction is crucial for our emotional health. It allows us to embrace the healing power of forgiveness without sacrificing our own safety or self-respect. It empowers us to move on from the past without allowing its shadows to dictate our future. And a key part of this process is learning to manage our own internal emotional landscape, something we often resist by hiding our true feelings.
Number 15. Hiding emotions instead of expressing them. The process of forgiveness, of setting boundaries, and of navigating relationships requires us to be in touch with our own feelings. Yet many of us have been taught from a young age that certain emotions are undesirable or unacceptable, leading to the mistake of habitually hiding our emotions instead of expressing them. We learn to put on a brave face when we are feeling sad, to swallow our frustration to keep the peace, or to dismiss our own hurt for fear of being a burden to others. We treat our emotions as inconvenient truths to be managed, suppressed, and controlled, rather than as vital information to be understood. This habit of suppression may seem like a strength in the short term, a sign of control and resilience, but in reality, unspoken emotions do not simply disappear, they accumulate. They are like pressure building silently beneath the surface. Unexpressed sadness can curdle into a lingering melancholy. Unaddressed anger can transform into a bitter resentment that poisons our interactions. Unacknowledged fear can grow into a pervasive anxiety that colors our entire worldview. Eventually, this internal pressure may erupt in unexpected and often disproportionate ways. An outburst of anger over a trivial matter, or a sudden flood of tears without a clear trigger. Hiding our emotions also creates a barrier to genuine connection. When we are not honest about how we feel, we prevent others from understanding us and supporting us. We create a performance of being fine, which can be an incredibly lonely and isolating experience. Expressing emotions is not about losing control or becoming overly dramatic. It is about communicating our internal state in a clear, constructive, and honest way. It is simply saying, "I am feeling stressed today," or "that comment hurt my feelings." This simple act of naming our feelings can dissipate their power and open the door for understanding and resolution. And one of the most powerful reasons we choose to hide these feelings is an underlying force that prioritizes self-reliance above all else: the pervasive influence of pride.
Number 16. Letting pride stop you from asking for help. The choice to hide our emotions is often driven by a desire to appear strong and self-sufficient. This desire is fueled by pride, a powerful internal force that, while motivating us to achieve, can also become a significant obstacle to our well-being. One of the most common mistakes driven by pride is letting it stop us from asking for help. We come to believe that needing help is a sign of weakness, an admission of failure or incompetence. So, instead of reaching out, we struggle in silence, turning a manageable problem into an overwhelming burden. This pattern plays out in every area of our lives. At work, an employee might spend days wrestling with a problem that a colleague could solve in minutes, all to avoid the perceived shame of admitting they don't know something. In our personal lives, we might hide financial or emotional struggles from our closest friends and family, fearing judgment and choosing to carry the weight alone, which only allows the problem to grow. The irony is that pride, in its effort to protect our image, often leads to the very outcomes it seeks to avoid. By refusing to ask for guidance, we increase the likelihood of making bigger mistakes, missing deadlines, and ultimately failing at the task. The cost is wasted time, heightened stress, and a missed opportunity for connection and collaboration. True strength is not about knowing everything or doing everything by yourself. It is about having the self-awareness to recognize your limits and the humility to reach out for support when you need it. Asking for help is an act of efficiency and intelligence. It leverages the collective knowledge and experience of those around you. It is a recognition that human beings are social creatures who thrive through cooperation, not in isolation. Overcoming this prideful resistance allows us to solve problems faster, learn more effectively, and build stronger, more authentic relationships based on mutual support. It is a crucial step in personal growth, and it often requires us to find comfort not only in the presence of others, but also in the quiet and sometimes challenging landscape of our own solitude.
Number 17. Running from solitude instead of learning from it. Just as pride can prevent us from connecting with others, an equally powerful fear can prevent us from connecting with ourselves: the fear of solitude. In our hyper-connected world, we have become masters at filling every empty moment with distraction. The instant we are alone, we reach for our phones, turn on the television, or seek out social interaction. This has led to the common mistake of running from solitude instead of learning to embrace it as a vital skill for a balanced life. We have come to equate being alone with being lonely, treating solitude as a problem to be solved rather than an opportunity to be explored. This constant avoidance means we rarely give ourselves the mental space to simply be. Without these quiet moments, our minds have no time to process our experiences, to untangle our thoughts, or to hear the subtle whispers of our own intuition. Our lives become a blur of external stimuli, and we can lose touch with what we truly think and feel, becoming more reactive and less intentional. Furthermore, an inability to be comfortable in our own company can lead to a dependency on others for validation and entertainment. We may stay in unhealthy relationships or social situations simply to avoid the discomfort of being by ourselves. Our choices become driven not by genuine desire, but by the fear of an empty schedule. Learning to embrace solitude is not about becoming a hermit. It is about cultivating a healthy relationship with yourself. It is the ability to find peace and contentment in your own presence. This can be as simple as going for a walk without headphones, sitting in a room for 10 minutes without any screens, or enjoying a meal in silence. In these moments, we can recharge our mental batteries, gain clarity on our problems, and foster a sense of inner resilience. When you are not afraid of being alone, you are free to engage with the world from a place of choice, not need. And often, it is in these quiet moments of solitude that we can gain the perspective needed to stop taking ourselves so seriously and to find the lightness in our own imperfections, a skill we often forget, the ability to laugh at ourselves.
Number 18. Forgetting to laugh at yourself. In our quiet moments of solitude and self-reflection, we are bound to notice our own quirks, contradictions, and mistakes. The way we respond to these discoveries sets the tone for our inner life. One of the most freeing and often overlooked skills is the ability to laugh at yourself, and forgetting to do so is a mistake that can make life feel far heavier than it needs to be. We often fall into the trap of taking ourselves too seriously. We build a carefully constructed image of who we are, competent, composed, and in control, and we feel a deep need to protect this image at all costs. When we make a small human error, like spilling coffee on our shirt before a meeting, forgetting a name, or saying something awkward, our instinct can be to react with embarrassment, frustration, or defensiveness. We treat these minor missteps as threats to our identity, turning a trivial moment into a source of stress. Laughing at yourself, in contrast, is an act of profound self-acceptance. It is the ability to see the humor in your own imperfections and to acknowledge a mistake without letting it define you. It is a signal to yourself and to others that you are grounded, resilient, and do not require a flawless performance to maintain your self-worth. This simple act has a powerful ripple effect. It instantly diffuses tension in any situation. A moment of self-deprecating humor can disarm conflict, build rapport, and make you more relatable and approachable. It keeps small problems small. A project that hits a snag can feel like a catastrophe, or with a bit of humor, it can be seen as a puzzle to be solved. This skill also builds mental resilience. When you can laugh at your own mistakes, you are less afraid to make them. This frees you up to take more risks, to be more creative, and to learn more quickly, as you are not paralyzed by the fear of looking foolish. It separates your actions from your identity, allowing you to say, "I did something clumsy," instead of "I am clumsy." And it is often the inability to find this lightness, this grace, that allows minor grievances and past hurts to accumulate and harden within us, slowly shaping our entire personality through the quiet force of resentment.
Number 19. Allowing resentment to shape your personality. When we lack the ability to laugh at our own small mistakes or to let go of minor grievances, we create fertile ground for a much more corrosive emotion to take root: resentment. Allowing resentment to grow unchecked is a mistake that can silently and profoundly reshape our entire personality over time. Resentment is the emotional residue of unresolved anger and perceived injustice. It begins with a specific hurt, being overlooked for a promotion, feeling unappreciated by a loved one, or being treated unfairly. Instead of being processed and released, the feeling is held on to, replayed, and nurtured in the quiet of our minds. At first, it is a single, smoldering ember, but with each mental replay, we add more fuel until it grows into a persistent, low-grade fire that colors everything. A person shaped by resentment begins to see the world through a different lens. They may become more cynical, quicker to assume negative intentions in others. They might become more withdrawn and guarded, hesitant to trust or open up for fear of being hurt again. Or they could become more critical and irritable, their unresolved frustration leaking out in their daily interactions. This is not a conscious choice. It is a slow, subtle transformation. The employee who felt overlooked may start to disengage from their work, their passion replaced by a quiet bitterness. The partner who felt unappreciated may stop making the small, kind gestures that once defined their relationship. The resentment doesn't just change how they feel about a specific situation, it changes how they show up in the world. The greatest danger of resentment is that it is a self-perpetuating cycle. It keeps us anchored to the past, forcing us to relive our hurts over and over, which only deepens the wounds. It is a heavy burden that we choose to carry each day, and it is a burden that is often built from a collection of smaller, specific grievances that we have refused to let go of, a collection we call grudges.
Number 20. Holding grudges for too long. Resentment is the pervasive atmosphere, but grudges are the individual storms that create it. Holding on to a grudge is the mistake of choosing to keep a particular wound open, refusing to let it heal. It is the conscious decision to carry the weight of a past injustice into your present. And it is a burden that ultimately weighs down the carrier far more than the person against whom it is held. A grudge typically starts with a legitimate hurt. A friend betrays your trust, a family member makes a cutting remark, a colleague takes credit for your work. The initial anger and pain are natural and justified. The mistake occurs in the aftermath. Instead of processing the emotion, seeking resolution, or choosing to move on, we decide to hold on to the offense. We build a mental monument to the wrongdoing, visiting it regularly to remind ourselves of the details. This act of holding on can feel like a form of power or self-protection. We believe that by not letting go, we are not letting the other person get away with it, or we are shielding ourselves from being hurt in the same way again. But in reality, a grudge is a form of self-imprisonment. It forces you to remain emotionally tethered to the very person and event that caused you pain. It consumes a tremendous amount of mental and emotional energy that could be used to build a happier, more peaceful present. It filters your perception,
causing you to interpret future interactions through the lens of that past hurt. Meanwhile, the other person may be completely unaware of the turmoil you are in, or they may have moved on entirely, leaving you as the sole custodian of the pain. Letting go of a grudge is not the same as saying what happened was okay. It is not about absolving the other person. It is about reclaiming your own peace of mind. It is a declaration that you will no longer allow a past event to have power over your present emotional state. And often, our inability to let go is rooted in a disregard for the quiet internal signals our body and mind are sending us, the subtle but powerful wisdom of our own gut instincts.
Number 21. Ignoring your gut instincts. Our inability to let go of grudges and resentment often stems from a conflict between our logical mind, which replays the injustice, and a deeper, quieter intelligence that urges us to move on for our own peace. This inner voice is often referred to as a gut instinct or intuition, and the mistake of consistently ignoring it can lead us down paths that are logically sound but emotionally discordant. A gut instinct is not a magical or random feeling. It is a form of rapid, subconscious processing, your brain drawing upon a vast library of past experiences, subtle patterns, and nonverbal cues that your conscious mind has not had the time to analyze. It is the quiet feeling of unease you get when a business deal seems perfect on paper, but something feels off about the person you're negotiating with. It is the inexplicable sense of warmth and trust you feel upon meeting a new person, or the subtle internal alarm bell that rings in a situation that appears perfectly safe on the surface. We often make the mistake of dismissing these feelings as irrational or illogical. We are taught to prioritize hard data, pro and con lists, and rational analysis. While these tools are undeniably valuable, they only tell part of the story. By ignoring our intuition, we are choosing to navigate the world with only one of our guidance systems active. This can lead to decisions that we later regret, moments where we look back and say, "I knew something wasn't right." An employee might accept a high-paying job despite an intuitive feeling of discomfort with the company culture, only to find themselves miserable months later. A person might enter a relationship based on a checklist of compatible traits, ignoring a persistent gut feeling that something is fundamentally misaligned. Honoring your gut instinct does not mean abandoning logic. It means integrating it. It is about using your rational mind to analyze the facts while also paying respect to the wisdom of your subconscious. It is a practice of pausing and asking, "Logically, this makes sense, but how does it feel?" When we learn to listen to this inner voice, we make choices that are not only well-reasoned, but also deeply aligned with our own well-being. A practice that requires a delicate dance between two often competing modes of thought, the world of logic and the world of intuition. Number 22. Not balancing logic with intuition. Honoring our intuition is the first step, but true wisdom in decision-making lies in the delicate art of balancing it with logic. The mistake many of us make is to live at one extreme or the other. We either become slaves to pure reason, dismissing any feeling that cannot be quantified, or we are swept away by every emotional current, ignoring the practical realities on the ground.
A life governed solely by logic can become sterile and disconnected. It is the person who creates a spreadsheet to decide on a life partner, weighing attributes and compatibility scores, while ignoring the complete lack of emotional connection or chemistry. It is the manager who makes decisions based purely on data and efficiency metrics, failing to account for the human element of team morale, which ultimately leads to burnout and decreased productivity. This approach can protect us from impulsive choices, but it can also lead to a life that is perfectly planned, yet deeply unfulfilling. A series of correct moves on a chessboard that bring no joy. On the other end of the spectrum is a life governed solely by intuition. This can be equally problematic. It is the person who invests their life savings into a risky venture based on a fleeting good feeling, without doing any due diligence. It is the individual who makes major life commitments based on an initial spark of passion, ignoring clear warning signs that their rational mind is trying to point out. This approach can lead to a life filled with excitement and spontaneity, but also instability, regret, and the painful consequences of ignoring obvious facts. The most effective and balanced approach to life involves a partnership between these two faculties. It is about using logic to build the structure, to do the research, and to assess the tangible risks and benefits. And then it is about using intuition to feel into the decision, to sense the subtle dynamics, and to check for alignment with our deeper values. Logic provides the map, but intuition provides the compass. One without the other leaves us either stuck in place with a perfect plan or wandering lost with a strong sense of direction but no idea of the terrain. And often, our ability to strike this balance is compromised when we haven't first established a clear set of personal guiding stars, our own core principles.
Number 23. Living without defining your own principles. The delicate balance between logic and intuition is best navigated when we have a clear internal framework to guide our choices. This framework is built upon our personal principles, the fundamental values and standards that we consciously choose to live by. A surprisingly common and impactful mistake is to move through life without ever taking the time to define what these principles are. When we live without this self-defined code, our decisions become dangerously susceptible to external pressures, fleeting emotions, and the path of least resistance. Our lives lack a coherent direction. We are like a ship without a rudder, pushed and pulled by the shifting currents of social expectations, peer pressure, and convenience. Without defined principles, our choices can become inconsistent and contradictory. We might act with integrity in one situation and compromise our values in another, simply because we have never made a firm commitment to what we stand for. This can lead to a quiet, internal sense of dissonance, a feeling of not quite being true to ourselves, which can erode our self-esteem over time. Consider the difference it makes. If you have defined honesty as a core principle, you have a clear guide when faced with a temptation to be deceitful, even in a small way. If compassion is one of your principles, it informs how you respond to someone's mistake. If growth is a principle, it helps you choose the challenging path over the comfortable one. These principles are not rigid rules that eliminate freedom. They are clarifying filters
that make decision-making simpler and more aligned with the person we want to be. They are the anchor that holds us steady in a storm. Taking the time to reflect on and articulate your principles, what truly matters to you in how you treat yourself and others, is one of the most powerful acts of self-authorship. It is the process of consciously designing your own internal compass. And without this compass, we often end up seeking our direction and our sense of worth from an unreliable and ever-changing external source, the validation of others.
Number 24. Waiting for external validation. Living without a set of internal principles leaves a void in our sense of direction and self-worth. To fill this void, we often fall into the mistake of constantly seeking and waiting for external validation. This is the habit of measuring our own value and the rightness of our choices based on the approval, praise, and recognition we receive from others. It is a subtle but profound shift of power, where we hand over the authority of our own life to an external jury of peers, family, and society. This pattern begins when we hesitate to pursue a creative project until friends and family express enthusiastic support. It continues when we feel our achievements are only real once they have been acknowledged publicly on social media. It solidifies when we shape our career choices, our lifestyle, and even our opinions to align with what we believe will be most applauded by those around us. The core problem with this dependency is that external validation is a fickle and unreliable source of nourishment for the soul. It is inconsistent, often biased, and completely outside of our control. Chasing it is like trying to quench your thirst with salt water. The more you drink, the thirstier you become. A life built on this foundation is inherently unstable. Our confidence can be shattered by a single critical comment. Our motivation can vanish when our efforts go unnoticed. We become performers, constantly adjusting our act to please an ever-shifting audience. And in the process, we can lose touch with what we genuinely want and believe. The antidote is to cultivate internal validation. This is the practice of learning to trust your own judgment, to find satisfaction in your own efforts, and to be your own primary source of approval. It is about shifting the central question from "what will they think" to "is this aligned with my principles and purpose?" Seeking feedback and celebrating with others are healthy and important parts of life. But when the seeking of approval becomes a prerequisite for action or a measure of our self-worth, we have given away our power. And often, this endless chase for external approval is a symptom of a deeper unspoken question that we have failed to answer for ourselves. The simple but profound question of what is enough?
Number 25. Not defining what enough means. The endless pursuit of external validation is often a symptom of a deeper, more pervasive mistake: the failure to ever define what enough means to us. We live in a culture that is built on the engine of more success, more money, more possessions, more productivity. Without a conscience and personal definition of what constitutes a sufficient and fulfilling life, we are automatically enrolled in a race that has no finish line. The goalposts are constantly moving, ensuring that a lasting sense of contentment remains forever just out of reach. This pattern is most obvious with our finances. We might reach an income goal we once dreamed of, only to find that our desires have expanded in lockstep and the feeling of security is as distant as ever. The car that was once a symbol of achievement now seems modest compared to the next model. But this moving target syndrome applies to everything. We tell ourselves we will finally relax once we complete a major project. But the moment it is done, 2 new projects have already taken its place. We believe we will be satisfied once we reach a certain level of recognition, only to discover that we are now comparing ourselves to a new, higher achieving peer group. Without a definition of enough, progress does not lead to peace. It simply reveals a new and more demanding summit to climb. This creates a quiet, underlying anxiety, a sense that we are perpetually falling short. Defining enough is a radical act of self-possession. It is not about limiting your ambition or settling for less. It is about clarity. It is a conscious decision about what you truly need to live a life of well-being and purpose, separating that from the endless desires fueled by comparison and external pressures. It might be a specific level of savings that provides you with a sense of freedom. It might be a work schedule that allows for ample time with loved ones. It might be a state of health that allows you to engage in the activities you love. When you define your own finish line, you give yourself the permission to actually enjoy the race, to celebrate your milestones, and to find peace in the present, rather than constantly deferring it to a future that never arrives. This internal clarity is the foundation of a life lived with intention. And with this foundation set, we can now turn our attention to how these inner patterns manifest in the tangible world of our daily actions and habits.
Number 26. Ignoring health until it's too late. With a clearer understanding of our inner world, we can now examine how these mental patterns translate into our actions, beginning with the most fundamental action of all, how we care for our physical selves. Perhaps the most common and consequential mistake in this domain is ignoring our health until it demands our attention with a crisis. We treat our bodies like a limitless resource, withdrawing energy, skimping on rest, and fueling it with convenience, all while assuming it will continue to function flawlessly. We operate under the quiet illusion that we are invincible, that the consequences of our choices are something a future version of ourselves will have to deal with. This neglect is often born from a perceived lack of time or the pressure to prioritize other areas of life, such as our careers or family responsibilities. We push through fatigue with caffeine, we skip meals to meet deadlines, and we treat exercise as a luxury to be indulged in only when everything else is done, which is to say, almost never. For a long time, the body is remarkably resilient. It adapts and compensates. The whispers of distress, the persistent headaches, the chronic back pain, the sluggish digestion are easily ignored or masked. The mistake lies in misunderstanding these small symptoms. They are not minor inconveniences. They are the early warning signals from a system under strain. When we ignore these signals, the debt we are accumulating with our health grows silently, with interest. Then one day, what was a whisper becomes a roar, a diagnosis, a chronic condition, or a sudden event that forces us to stop and pay attention. At that point, the path back to well-being is often far steeper and more difficult than the simple, consistent path of prevention would have been. Prevention never feels as urgent as a cure, but it is infinitely more powerful. Caring for your health is not something you do when you have time. It is the non-negotiable activity that creates the time, energy, and capacity for everything else in your life. And the single most critical, yet most frequently sacrificed component of our health is the foundational pillar of sleep.
Number 27. Taking sleep for granted. Within the broader mistake of neglecting our health, there is one specific and universal habit that has become so common we barely recognize it as a problem: taking sleep for granted. We live in a culture that often glorifies the hustle and treats sleep as a negotiable luxury, an unproductive period of time that can be cut back to make way for more work or more leisure. We burn the midnight oil to finish a project or binge watch one more episode, all under the false assumption that sleep is a passive state of doing nothing. This is a fundamental misunderstanding of what sleep is and what it does. Sleep is not an off switch for the body. It is a critical and highly active period of maintenance, repair, and consolidation. While we are sleeping, our brains are hard at work clearing out metabolic waste products that accumulate during waking hours. Our bodies are repairing muscle tissue, regulating hormones, and strengthening our immune system. Our minds are processing the day's experiences, consolidating memories, and solving problems in the background. To consistently shortchange this process is to deliberately operate our own biological machinery without its required maintenance schedule. The immediate consequences are familiar to all of us: grogginess, irritability, a lack of focus, and a reliance on stimulants like caffeine to get through the day. We often dismiss these as normal parts of a busy life, but the long-term consequences are far more serious. Chronic sleep deprivation is linked to a host of significant health issues and dramatically impairs our cognitive function, decision-making, and emotional regulation. Prioritizing sleep is one of the most productive things you can do. It is not about laziness. It is about strategic recovery. Simple practices like maintaining a consistent sleep schedule, creating a dark and quiet sleep environment, and winding down without screens can have a profound impact on our overall well-being. By treating sleep as the non-negotiable foundation of our health, we ensure that our waking hours are not just endured, but lived with energy, clarity, and resilience. This is particularly crucial as sleep is the primary tool our bodies use to manage another often overlooked aspect of our well-being: our emotional and mental state.
Number 28. Neglecting emotional and mental well-being. Just as we take our physical health for granted, we often make the even more subtle mistake of neglecting our emotional and mental well-being. We tend to operate as if our mind is a tireless machine that should be able to handle any amount of stress, pressure, or emotional strain without needing deliberate care. We notice a physical ailment, like a sore throat, immediately. But the signs of mental and emotional fatigue, like persistent irritability, a feeling of being constantly overwhelmed, or a loss of interest in things we once enjoyed, are often dismissed as a character flaw or simply a normal part of life. This neglect stems from a belief that we should just push through our emotional challenges. We see taking time for mental recuperation as a form of weakness or self-indulgence. So we continue to pile on responsibilities at work and at home. We ignore the unresolved emotional conflicts in our relationships, and we rarely, if ever, schedule time for activities that truly restore our inner peace, whether that is spending time in nature, engaging in a creative hobby, or simply sitting in silence. The consequence of this neglect is that small emotional stresses can compound over time into a much more serious state of burnout or deep unhappiness. Our emotional resilience wears thin, leaving us with a shorter fuse and a diminished capacity to handle the everyday challenges of life. Our cognitive functions, like focus and decision-making, become impaired, as our mental energy is constantly being consumed by a low-grade state of stress. Tending to our emotional and mental well-being is not a luxury. It is essential maintenance for a functional and fulfilling life. It involves the proactive practice of self-awareness, learning to recognize and honor our emotional signals. It means setting healthy boundaries to protect our energy. And it involves having a toolkit of restorative practices that we can turn to regularly, not just in moments of crisis. By treating our mental and emotional health with the same seriousness we give our physical health, we build the inner foundation of resilience that allows us to navigate life's inevitable storms with grace. And a key part of this is understanding that our capacity for focus, the very energy of our mind, is not an infinite well, but a precious and limited resource.
Number 29. Forgetting that attention is a limited resource. Our ability to tend to our mental and emotional well-being is directly tied to how we manage a finite and precious commodity, our attention. The mistake many of us make in the modern world is to act as though our attention is an infinite resource, one that can be endlessly divided and allocated without consequence. We forget that our focus is like a muscle. It can be strengthened, but it also gets fatigued with overuse. Each day, we wake up with a finite amount of high-quality attention. Every decision we make, every notification we check, every task we switch between draws from this same limited reservoir. Yet we often start our days by squandering this precious resource on low-value activities, like scrolling through social media or reacting to a flood of emails, leaving us with depleted mental energy for the tasks that truly matter. This leads to a state of attention fatigue, where our ability to think deeply, solve complex problems, and regulate our emotions is significantly impaired. We find ourselves rereading the same sentence over and over, making simple mistakes, and feeling a sense of being busy but not productive. This is not a failure of willpower. It is a predictable consequence of mismanaging our attentional resources. The constant switching between tasks, often glorified as multitasking, is a primary culprit. Our brains are not designed to focus on multiple complex tasks simultaneously. Instead, they switch rapidly between them, and each switch incurs a cognitive cost, a small tax on our mental energy that adds up over the course of a day. To reclaim our focus, we must begin to treat our attention with the same respect we give to our time or our money. This means being intentional about where we direct it. It involves creating blocks of uninterrupted time for deep work. It means consciously reducing distractions and being selective about the information we consume. By protecting our attention, we not only become more effective and productive, we also create the mental space necessary for creativity, peace of mind, and genuine presence in our own lives. And it helps us to finally dismantle one of the most pervasive modern myths about productivity: the belief that multitasking is an effective way to get things done.
Number 30. Believing multitasking makes you effective. The mismanagement of our limited attention is often driven by a deeply ingrained but fundamentally flawed belief that multitasking is a sign of efficiency and a key to productivity. We pride ourselves on our ability to juggle multiple tasks at once, answering emails during a video call, listening to a podcast while writing a report, or planning our weekend while in a conversation with a loved one. The mistake is in confusing the feeling of being busy with the reality of being effective. In truth, what we call multitasking is, for the most part, a myth. The human brain is not a multi-core processor. It is a single-core processor that is very good at switching between tasks rapidly. This process of task switching is not efficient. Every time we switch our attention from one task to another, there is a cognitive cost. It takes time and mental energy for our brain to disengage from the first task and fully load the context of the second. These small transition costs add up, meaning that doing two tasks at the same time almost always takes longer and results in lower quality work than doing them sequentially. The consequences of this belief are felt daily. It leads to work that is riddled with errors, as our divided attention misses crucial details. It results in shallow thinking, as we never allow ourselves to engage deeply enough with a single topic to generate real insights. It causes increased stress and mental fatigue, as our brain is kept in a constant state of high alert, flitting from one stimulus to the next. Perhaps most importantly, it degrades the quality of our presence. When we are multitasking during a conversation, we are sending a clear message to the other person that they do not have our full attention, which can erode connection and trust. The antidote is the practice of single-tasking or monotasking. It is the simple but radical act of dedicating your full, undivided attention to one thing at a time. This approach, while feeling slower in the moment, leads to higher quality work, deeper understanding, and a greater sense of calm and control. It is a rebellion against the culture of busyness and a commitment to effectiveness over activity. And often, our tendency to multitask is driven by a deeper impulse, the relentless pursuit of immediate gratification and short-term pleasure.
Number 31. Choosing short-term pleasure over long-term health. The belief that multitasking makes us effective is often a symptom of a culture that prioritizes immediate results and instant gratification. This same underlying impulse leads to another profound mistake that shapes our daily habits: the consistent choice of short-term pleasure over long-term health. This is the subtle moment-to-moment negotiation we have with ourselves, where the promise of immediate comfort, ease, or enjoyment easily outweighs the distant and abstract goal of future well-being. This pattern plays out in countless small decisions that, when compounded, determine the trajectory of our health. It is the choice to order fast food after a long day because it is easier than preparing a nutritious meal. It is the decision to stay up late to watch one more episode, sacrificing restorative sleep for a fleeting dose of entertainment. It is the act of choosing the couch over a short walk, because the immediate comfort of rest feels more appealing than the delayed benefit of physical activity. Each of these choices in isolation seems harmless, a minor indulgence in a stressful world. The mistake is not in occasionally seeking pleasure, but in allowing these choices to become our default setting. We are biologically wired to favor immediate rewards, a survival mechanism from a time when the future was far from certain. But in our modern world, this instinct often works against us. The long-term consequences of these short-term choices are slow, silent, and cumulative. The sugary snack that provides a quick energy boost contributes over years to metabolic issues. The sedentary evening, repeated daily, leads to a gradual decline in strength and vitality. We are essentially taking out a high-interest loan on our future health to pay for present comfort. The key to breaking this cycle is not to deny ourselves all pleasure, but to become more mindful of these trade-offs. It is about learning to find a deeper satisfaction in the choices that nourish us in the long run, and recognizing that the path to lasting health is built not on grand, heroic gestures, but on the small, conscious, and often unglamorous decisions we make every day. And one of the most powerful drivers behind these short-sighted choices is our flawed relationship with our own internal state, particularly our reliance on the fleeting and unpredictable nature of motivation.
Number 32. Relying on motivation instead of discipline. Our tendency to choose short-term pleasure is often rationalized by the absence of a particular feeling, motivation. We make the mistake of believing that motivation is the necessary prerequisite for action, that we must feel inspired, energized, and ready before we can begin. This reliance on motivation as our primary fuel source is a setup for inconsistency and failure, because motivation is, by its very nature, a fickle and unreliable emotion. It comes in waves, sparked by a new idea, an inspiring story, or a burst of enthusiasm. It is the exciting feeling you get when you buy new running shoes and envision a healthier future, or the surge of determination after setting a new career goal. This initial burst of energy can be powerful, making the first few steps feel effortless. But motivation is an emotion, and like all emotions, it is temporary. It fades. The rainy morning arrives, the initial excitement of the project wears off, or the daily grind simply sets in. If motivation was our only strategy, this is the point where our new habit or endeavor dies. This is where discipline must take over. Discipline, unlike motivation, is not a feeling, it is a system. It is the conscious and deliberate choice to show up and do the work regardless of how you feel. It is the act of building a structure for your actions that is independent of your mood. Most of us do not feel motivated to brush our teeth every night. We do it because it is a disciplined habit, a non-negotiable part of our routine. This same principle is the key to achieving any long-term goal. The writer who finishes a novel
is not the one who was most inspired, but the one who sat down to write each day, even when the words wouldn't flow. The person who achieves their fitness goals is the one who goes to the gym even on the days they feel tired and uninspired. Relying on motivation is like trying to sail a ship using only the unpredictable gusts of wind. Building discipline is like installing an engine. It ensures that you can keep moving forward steadily and consistently, even when the winds of inspiration have died down. And without this engine of discipline, we are particularly vulnerable to the silent thief that steals our most precious, non-renewable resource, the pervasive habit of procrastination.
Number 33. Letting procrastination steal years. The reliance on motivation is the perfect breeding ground for its close cousin, procrastination. Procrastination is the mistake of chronically delaying necessary actions, often by distracting ourselves with less important, more pleasurable tasks. While it can feel like a harmless habit of doing it later, when it becomes a default pattern of behavior, it can quietly steal months, years, and even decades of our potential. At its core, procrastination is not about laziness. It is an emotional regulation strategy. We procrastinate on a task not because we are incapable of doing it, but because the task itself triggers uncomfortable feelings, perhaps boredom, insecurity, fear of failure, or resentment. To avoid these feelings, we seek a temporary mood repair by doing something easier or more enjoyable, like watching a video or checking social media. This provides a fleeting moment of relief, but it comes at a significant cost. The avoided task does not disappear. It lingers in the back of our minds, creating a low-grade, persistent anxiety that hums beneath the surface of our days. We often spend more time and energy worrying about the task we are avoiding than it would take to actually do it. Over time, this habit compounds with devastating effect. The student who consistently postpones studying finds themselves perpetually behind, unable to truly master the material. The professional who puts off updating their skills can look back after 5 years and realize they have become stagnant in their career. The person who delays starting a savings plan or a health regimen can wake up in their later years to find they have missed a critical window of opportunity. Each individual act of procrastination feels small and justifiable in the moment. The mistake is in failing to see the cumulative impact. It is the silent accumulation of these delayed actions that can lead to a life filled with missed chances, unfulfilled goals, and the heavy weight of regret for the time that was squandered. And often, this pattern is enabled by a failure to appreciate the incredible power that resides not in grand, sweeping actions, but in the simple, steady rhythm of small daily consistency.
Number 34. Ignoring the power of small daily consistency. We often fall into the trap of procrastination because we are intimidated by the sheer size of our goals. We look at the mountain peak and, feeling overwhelmed, we never take the first step. This leads us to ignore one of the most powerful and accessible forces for change in our lives: the profound impact of small, daily, consistent actions. We tend to overestimate the importance of a single defining moment of transformation
and dramatically underestimate the value of making small, incremental improvements on a regular basis. This mistake is rooted in a desire for immediate and dramatic results. We want to lose 20 pounds in a month, not a quarter of a pound every day. We want to become fluent in a language after a weekend workshop, not by practicing for 15 minutes daily for a year. But true, lasting change is rarely the product of a single, heroic effort. It is the result of the compound effect of our daily habits. It is the tiny, almost unnoticeable choices that we repeat day after day that ultimately shape the person we become and the life we live. The person who saves a small, seemingly insignificant amount from each paycheck builds substantial wealth over a lifetime. The individual who reads just 10 pages of a book each day will have read dozens of books by the end of the year. The friend who sends a short, thoughtful message on a regular basis builds a deep and resilient bond. Each of these actions in isolation feels minor. It is easy to dismiss them as not being enough. But when compounded over time, their power is exponential. The mistake is in looking for a quantum leap when the real magic lies in the steady, patient, and often unglamorous process of showing up every day. This approach is not only more effective, but it is also more sustainable. It bypasses the feeling of being overwhelmed and builds momentum through small, achievable wins. By focusing on the power of the 1% better rule, the idea of making a tiny improvement each day, we can create remarkable transformations without the need for superhuman willpower. And a key component of maintaining this consistency is to stop relying on our fallible internal systems like our memory and instead build reliable external ones.
Number 35. Relying on memory instead of building reliable systems. Even with the commitment to small daily actions, our consistency can be easily derailed by a simple and common mistake: relying on our memory to manage the complexities of our lives. We treat our brains as if they were a perfect filing cabinet and a flawless to-do list, expecting them to keep track of appointments, deadlines, ideas, and obligations with perfect accuracy. This is a fundamental misuse of our cognitive resources. The human brain did not evolve to remember to pick up milk on the way home or to pay a bill on the 15th of the month. Its strength lies in creative thinking, problem solving, and generating ideas, not in being a passive storage device. When we force our minds to hold on to dozens of low-level reminders, we create a constant low-grade mental clutter. This clutter consumes our precious mental bandwidth, creating a subtle but persistent state of anxiety. We live with the nagging feeling that we are forgetting something, which prevents us from being fully present and engaged in the task at hand. This reliance on memory is inherently unreliable. It is susceptible to distractions, stress, and fatigue. The important idea you had in the shower is gone by the time you're at your desk. The commitment you made in a conversation is forgotten an hour later. This leads to missed deadlines, broken promises, and the unnecessary stress of constantly trying to recover from our own forgetfulness. The solution is to build reliable external systems. This is the practice of outsourcing the task of remembering to tools that are designed for it, thereby freeing up your mind to do what it does best. A system can be as simple as a calendar for appointments, a to-do list for tasks, a notebook for ideas, or a designated place for your keys. The specific tool doesn't matter as much as the habit of using it consistently. By externalizing these commitments, we create a sense of calm and control. We can trust that nothing will be forgotten, which allows our minds to relax and focus on the deeper, more creative work we are meant to do. This is a critical strategy for managing our energy, which is especially important as it helps us to avoid a state where our energy is completely depleted, the state of burnout.
Number 36. Forgetting to take breaks before burnout. Our pursuit of consistency and productivity, even with reliable systems in place, can lead us down a path of relentless, uninterrupted effort. This brings us to a critical mistake that is often praised as a sign of a strong work ethic: forgetting to take breaks until we are on the verge of burnout. We operate under the flawed assumption that constant work leads to constant output, that the more hours we put in, the more we will achieve. We see breaks as a sign of weakness or a waste of valuable time, something to be earned only after we have pushed ourselves to the absolute limit. This is a fundamental misunderstanding of how human energy and focus work. Our minds and bodies are not like machines that can run continuously at the same capacity. We are biological organisms that operate in cycles of effort and recovery, known as ultradian rhythms. Our ability to concentrate is not a steady line. It is a wave that naturally peaks and troughs throughout the day. We can maintain a state of high focus for a period of about 90 minutes, after which our performance begins to decline. Pushing past this point without a break is not a display of dedication. It is a recipe for diminishing returns. The work we produce in a state of fatigue is of lower quality, filled with more errors, and takes longer to complete. By skipping breaks, we are not saving time. We are simply trading high-quality focused work for a longer period of low-quality, distracted work. Burnout is not a sudden event. It is the slow and cumulative result of consistently overriding our body's need for recovery. It is the end point of a path paved with skipped lunches, late nights, and the refusal to step away and recharge. The solution is to be proactive and strategic about rest. This means scheduling short, restorative breaks throughout the day, even when you feel like you are in the zone. Stepping away from your desk for 5 minutes, stretching, or looking out a window is not an interruption to your work. It is an essential part of the work itself. And this principle extends beyond our workday, into the very way we view our non-working hours, where we often make the mistake of seeing all rest and leisure as unproductive.
Number 37. Treating rest and leisure as wasted time. The same mindset that leads us to skip breaks during the workday often spills over into our personal lives, creating an even broader mistake: treating all forms of rest and leisure as wasted, unproductive time. We live in a culture that is obsessed with productivity and optimization, and this can lead to a pervasive sense of guilt whenever we are not actively doing something
that feels purposeful or goal-oriented. We may feel a need to justify our downtime, to earn our rest only after we have reached a state of complete and utter exhaustion. We see a quiet afternoon spent reading a novel, a weekend with no plans, or an evening spent watching a movie as an indulgence, a deviation from the more important work of achieving our goals. This perspective fundamentally misunderstands the role of rest and leisure in a healthy and productive life. Rest is not the opposite of work. It is the partner of work. They are two sides of the same coin, and one cannot exist sustainably without the other. Just as an athlete knows that recovery is when their muscles actually grow stronger, we must understand that our minds also require periods of downtime to process information, generate creative insights, and restore our capacity for focused effort. Leisure is not just about a lack of activity. It is about engaging in activities that are intrinsically rewarding, that we do for the sheer joy of doing them, without any external goal. These activities are essential for our mental and emotional well-being. They reduce stress, foster creativity, and reconnect us with a sense of play and curiosity. A life devoid of this unstructured, joyful engagement can become brittle and joyless, a relentless march of obligations. When we treat rest and leisure as essential components of a well-lived life, rather than as a guilty pleasure, we become more resilient, more creative, and ultimately more effective in all areas of our lives. We recognize that sometimes the most productive thing we can do is nothing at all. And often, our relentless drive to be productive is fueled by a singular pursuit, the chase for a resource we believe will solve all our problems: money.
Number 38. Chasing money without learning to manage it. Our cultural obsession with productivity is deeply intertwined with the pursuit of financial success. We dedicate the majority of our waking hours to earning money, believing that a higher income will be the key to our security and happiness. The mistake, however, is not in the earning, but in the near universal failure to dedicate a corresponding amount of effort to learning how to manage that money once we have it. We spend years in formal education learning a trade, but often not a single hour learning the fundamentals of personal finance. This creates a dangerous paradox where our earning potential can grow, but our financial stress remains the same or even increases. The pattern is a familiar one. A person receives a raise or a promotion, and their lifestyle inflates to match and sometimes exceed their new income. The bigger paycheck leads to a more expensive car, a larger home, more frequent dining out, and more subscriptions. Their expenses rise in lockstep with their earnings, but their savings and investments do not. They are caught in what is known as lifestyle creep, and despite a higher income, they find themselves still living paycheck to paycheck, trapped in a gilded cage of their own making. The core issue is a lack of financial literacy. Without a basic understanding of budgeting, saving, investing, and debt management, money becomes a source of anxiety rather than a tool for freedom. We may avoid looking at our bank statements out of fear, or we may simply assume that earning more will magically solve our problems. But financial security is not about how much you earn. It is about how much you keep and how well you put that remainder to work for you. Learning to manage money is an act of empowerment. It is about consciously directing your resources towards the life you truly want, rather than letting them be passively drained by mindless consumption. It is about building a foundation of security that gives you options and protects you from life's uncertainties. And an essential part of building this financial foundation is having the confidence and the skill to ensure that what you earn in the first place is a fair reflection of the value you provide. Number 39. Not negotiating your worth. Our ability to manage money effectively begins with our ability to earn it. And a surprisingly common mistake that can have long-lasting financial consequences is the failure to negotiate our own worth. Many of us accept the first salary offer we are given, underprice our services as freelancers, or shy away from asking for a raise, even when we have clearly earned it. We avoid these conversations out of a deep-seated discomfort with self-advocacy, a fear of appearing greedy or confrontational, or a passive hope that our hard work will simply be noticed and rewarded on its own. This passivity is often a costly error. In most professional settings, the initial offer is not the final offer. It is the starting point of a conversation. Companies and clients often have a budget range, and by not negotiating, we are often leaving money on the table that was already allocated for the role. This is not about being aggressive. It is about having a clear and confident understanding of the value you bring and being able to articulate it. The failure to negotiate has a compounding effect over time. A slightly lower starting salary doesn't just affect your income in that first year. Every subsequent raise, which is often calculated as a percentage of your current salary, will be smaller. Over the course of a career, this can add up to a staggering amount of lost earnings. This mistake is rooted in the belief that our value should be self-evident, but in a busy world, it is our responsibility to make our value visible. This involves doing our research to understand market rates, keeping a record of our accomplishments and contributions, and practicing how to communicate our worth in a calm, professional, and data-driven way. Learning to negotiate is not just a financial skill, it is an act of self-respect. It is a declaration that you recognize your own value and are willing to advocate for it. And this same principle of careful consideration and advocacy should be applied not just to our major financial decisions, but also to the countless small, seemingly insignificant choices that we face every single day. Number 40. Overthinking small decisions. Just as we can fail to advocate for ourselves in major decisions like salary negotiations, we can also sabotage ourselves in the opposite way by dedicating an excessive amount of mental energy to decisions that have little to no real consequence. This is the mistake of overthinking small decisions, a habit that can clutter our minds, drain our willpower, and create unnecessary stress in our daily lives. This pattern, often referred to as analysis paralysis, occurs when we get stuck in a loop of deliberation over trivial choices. It is the 20 minutes spent scrolling through a streaming service, trying to find the perfect movie to watch, only to end up too tired to watch anything. It is the endless internal debate over which brand of pasta to buy at the grocery store or what to wear for a casual outing. At its core, this habit is often driven by a fear of making the wrong choice, even when the stakes are incredibly low. We treat every decision as if it were a high-stakes exam, believing that there is one optimal answer and that choosing anything else would be a failure. The problem is
that our mental energy, or willpower, is a finite resource. Each decision we make, no matter how small, depletes this resource. When we waste our decision-making power on trivial matters, we suffer from what is known as decision fatigue. This leaves us with less mental capacity for the decisions that truly matter. The important choices at work, in our relationships, and regarding our long-term goals. By the end of a day filled with overthinking small choices, we are more likely to make impulsive or poor decisions on the big things simply because our executive function is exhausted. The solution is to learn to differentiate between high-stakes and low-stakes decisions. For the low-stakes choices, the goal is not to optimize, but to satisfice. To choose the first option that is good enough and move on. This can be achieved by setting arbitrary constraints, like giving yourself a 1-minute time limit to decide, or by simplifying your choices altogether, such as having a go-to outfit or a set meal plan. By saving our mental energy for what truly matters, we can navigate life with more clarity and purpose, which is especially critical when we reflect on the significant, high-stakes choices we may have avoided in the past.
Number 41. Not taking risks when you had less to lose. As we learn to conserve our mental energy by not overthinking small decisions, it allows us to reflect with more clarity on the major, life-shaping choices we have faced. This often brings us to a common and poignant regret: the mistake of not taking calculated risks during the periods of our lives when we had the least to lose. In our youth and early adulthood, we typically have a unique combination of time, energy, and fewer responsibilities. This creates a window of opportunity, a fertile ground for experimentation, exploration, and bold moves. Yet it is often in this very phase that the fear of failure or the desire for a predictable, safe path can be at its strongest, leading us to choose caution over courage. This mistake is not about advocating for recklessness. It is about recognizing the difference between a foolish gamble and a calculated risk, a choice where the potential for growth, learning, and reward far outweighs the potential downside. This could be the decision to move to a new city, to start a small business on the side, to travel extensively on a budget, or to pursue a field of study out of genuine passion rather than for guaranteed job security. At a time when a failure is simply a lesson that can be easily recovered from, we often opt for the well-trodden path, convincing ourselves it is the more sensible choice. The problem is that life's responsibilities tend to accumulate over time. A mortgage, a family, and established career commitments all add weight to our decisions, making it progressively harder to take the same kinds of risks later in life. The cost of failure becomes higher, and the logistics of making a significant change become far more complex. This can lead to a quiet sense of regret in our later years, a longing for the chances we did not take when the stakes were lower. We look back and realize that the safety we prioritized in the moment came at the cost of valuable experience and a richer, more expansive life. Embracing calculated risks when we are most flexible is an investment in our future selves. It builds resilience, broadens our perspective,
and opens doors to opportunities we could never have foreseen. And often, our aversion to risk is tied to another powerful human desire, the need to avoid conflict and maintain harmony, even if it means wasting our precious energy on disputes that have no real substance. Number 42. Wasting energy on arguments that don't matter. Just as avoiding necessary risks can limit our growth, engaging in unnecessary conflicts can drain our vitality. A surprisingly common and energy-depleting mistake is wasting our time and emotional resources on arguments that simply do not matter. These are the trivial, low-stakes disagreements that have no meaningful impact on our lives. Yet we engage in them with a passion and intensity that would be better suited for our most important goals and relationships. This pattern plays out in countless daily scenarios. It is the heated debate with a stranger online about a topic where neither person will change their mind. It is the prolonged argument with a partner over the correct way to load the dishwasher or the fastest route to a destination. It is the need to correct a minor factual error in a casual conversation, turning a light-hearted moment into a tense standoff. In each of these cases, the desire to be right overrides the more valuable goals of maintaining peace, conserving energy, and fostering connection. The core issue is often our ego. We can feel a compulsive need to prove our point, to assert our knowledge, or to defend our position, even when the outcome of the argument is completely inconsequential. We become so focused on winning the battle that we lose sight of the fact that the war itself is pointless. The cost of this habit is significant. It consumes our finite reserves of mental and emotional energy, leaving us feeling drained, frustrated, and irritable. This emotional residue can then spill over into the more important areas of our lives, affecting our mood and our interactions with others. It also distracts us from what truly matters. The time and focus we spend on a pointless argument are resources that are no longer available for creative work, meaningful conversations, or joyful experiences. Learning to distinguish between a constructive disagreement that can lead to growth and a pointless argument that only leads to depletion is a critical life skill. It is the practice of asking yourself, will this matter in a day, a week, or a year? If the answer is no, then choosing to let it go is not a sign of weakness, but an act of profound wisdom and self-preservation. And often, our engagement in these trivial battles is a way of distracting ourselves from a more uncomfortable truth we are trying to avoid, a truth we choose to remain ignorant of because it feels easier in the moment. Number 43. Choosing to stay ignorant because it's easier. Our tendency to waste energy on trivial arguments can sometimes be a subconscious strategy to avoid confronting more significant and uncomfortable truths. This points to a deeper and more pervasive mistake: the choice to remain ignorant about important matters simply because it feels easier in the short term. This is not about a lack of access to information, but a deliberate act of avoidance. A decision to keep our heads in the sand because the reality of a situation feels too overwhelming, too complicated, or too threatening to our comfort. This pattern manifests in many critical areas of our lives. It is the person who avoids looking at their credit card statements because they are afraid of what they will find, allowing their debt to grow unchecked. It is the individual who ignores persistent health symptoms, putting off a visit to the doctor because they fear a potential diagnosis. It is the employee who senses their industry is changing, but chooses not to learn new skills, hoping that the problem will somehow go away on its own. In each case, the short-term relief of not knowing is prioritized over the long-term benefit of being informed and empowered. The problem with this strategy is that reality does not cease to exist just because we ignore it. The debt continues to accumulate interest, the health issue may progress, and the job market will evolve with or without our participation. By choosing ignorance, we are not avoiding the problem. We are simply surrendering our ability to influence the outcome. We trade the opportunity for early, proactive intervention for the certainty of a later, more severe crisis. Facing uncomfortable truths requires courage. It can be painful to acknowledge that our finances are in disarray, that our health is at risk, or that our skills are becoming obsolete. But it is in this moment of acknowledgement that our power lies. Knowledge, even when it is difficult, is the raw material of effective action. It allows us to make informed decisions, to seek help, and to steer our lives with intention, rather than being a passive victim of circumstances we chose not to see. And one of the most common areas where we choose this blissful ignorance is in our relationship with the digital world, allowing our screens to replace the richness of real, lived experiences.
Number 44. Letting screens replace real experiences. The choice to remain ignorant is often enabled by the powerful and readily available distraction of our screens. This leads to another defining mistake of our era, allowing the digital world to replace, rather than supplement, our real-world experiences. Our devices offer a universe of convenience, entertainment, and connection at our fingertips. But when their use becomes compulsive and unchecked, they can erect a subtle but powerful barrier between us and the richness of the life that is happening right in front of us. This is not about demonizing technology, but about being mindful of the trade-offs we are making. The mistake occurs when digital interaction becomes our default setting, slowly pushing aside the textures, nuances, and serendipity of the physical world. It is the family sitting together in the same room, yet each lost in the private glow of their own screen, sharing a space, but not a moment. It is the person who experiences a breathtaking sunset primarily through their phone's camera, so focused on capturing the perfect shot for social media that they miss the actual feeling of the moment. It is the choice to send a quick text instead of making a call, or to watch a travel vlog instead of exploring our own local parks. Over time, this habit can subtly erode our well-being. It can lead to a feeling of being disconnected, even when we are technically more connected than ever. It can diminish our ability to be present, to engage in deep focus, and to appreciate the quiet, unscripted moments of beauty in our daily lives. Real-world experiences, a face-to-face conversation, a walk in nature, the shared laughter with a friend, engage all of our senses and create memories that are far more deeply encoded in our minds and hearts than the fleeting content on a screen. The solution is not to abandon our devices, but to cultivate a more intentional relationship with them. It is about making a conscious choice to put them aside during meals, to set boundaries around their use, and to proactively schedule time for unplugged, real-world activities. It is about remembering that our screens are a tool to be used, not a world to be lived in. And a key part of how we manage our environment, both digital and physical, is in recognizing how profoundly it shapes our habits.
Number 45. Underestimating how environment shapes your habits. Our struggle to manage our screen time is a powerful example of a much broader mistake,
underestimating the profound influence that our environment has on our habits and our mindset. We tend to believe that our behaviors are primarily a product of our willpower, our motivation, and our conscious decisions. We praise ourselves for our discipline when we succeed and blame ourselves for a lack of it when we fail, while often ignoring the powerful, invisible forces in our surroundings that are constantly shaping our choices. Your environment is the collection of cues, triggers, and social norms that make certain behaviors easier and others harder. It is the invisible architecture of your life. For example, if you keep unhealthy snacks visible on your kitchen counter, you are forcing yourself to engage in a constant battle of willpower every time you walk into the room. If, instead, you place a bowl of fresh fruit in the same spot, you make the healthy choice, the easy choice. The person who wants to read more but keeps their phone by their bed is setting themselves up for failure. The person who places a book on their pillow is designing their environment for success. This principle extends far beyond physical spaces. Your social environment is equally, if not more, powerful. If you spend time with people who prioritize health and fitness, you are more likely to adopt those habits yourself. If your social circle normalizes complaining and cynicism, it will be far harder for you to maintain an optimistic outlook. We are social creatures who naturally adapt to the norms of our tribe. The mistake is in trying to change our habits through sheer force of will, while leaving our environment unchanged. This is like trying to swim upstream against a strong current. A more effective approach is to become a conscious architect of your environment. This means deliberately designing your physical and social worlds to make your desired habits the path of least resistance. By curating your surroundings, you are not avoiding the need for discipline, but you are making it so you have to use it less often. And one of the most overlooked aspects of our personal environment is the one we carry within us, the collection of our own undocumented and slowly fading memories.
Number 46. Not documenting your memories. As we consciously design our external environments to support our goals, it is equally important to consider the preservation of our internal environment, which is largely built from the tapestry of our memories. A subtle but deeply felt mistake over the long arc of a life is the failure to document our memories, leaving the richness of our past to the slow, inevitable erosion of time. We tend to live under the illusion that our memories are permanent and reliable records of our experiences. We believe that the important moments, the joy of a celebration, the wisdom shared in a conversation, the specific feeling of a place and time will stay with us forever in vivid detail. But human memory is not a hard drive. It is more like a watercolor painting, beautiful but susceptible to fading and blurring with each passing year. The details are the first to go. We might remember a wonderful vacation, but we forget the name of the small cafe where we had the perfect coffee, the sound of the local music, or the funny thing a friend said that made us laugh so hard. We remember our children being young, but the specific, precious details of their everyday discoveries and quirky phrases can become lost. The failure to document these moments is a passive loss. It does not feel like a mistake in the present because the experience is still fresh and vibrant. The regret comes later when we try to reach back for a piece of our own history and find only a vague and fuzzy outline. Documenting memories is not about living in the past or being performative. It is about creating anchors for our future selves. Small keys that can unlock the richness of our own life story. This can be as simple as taking a few candid photos, writing a short journal entry at the end of the day, or recording a brief voice note capturing a thought or a feeling. In an age of digital abundance, these acts are easier than ever, yet they are often overlooked. These small records become an invaluable personal archive, a way to revisit the people, places, and feelings that have shaped us. And this same principle of mindful preservation should be applied not just to our personal histories, but also to the shared home we all inhabit, our natural environment.
Number 47. Ignoring environmental responsibility. Just as documenting our personal memories is an act of stewardship for our future selves, practicing environmental responsibility is an act of stewardship for our collective future. A pervasive and consequential mistake of our time is to ignore our personal role in the health of our planet, viewing environmental issues as a problem that is too large, too distant, or someone else's responsibility to solve. We can fall into the trap of thinking that our small individual actions are insignificant in the face of global challenges. The choice to use a disposable water bottle, to leave the lights on in an empty room, or to not sort our recycling can feel trivial in the grand scheme of things. What difference can one person make is the common and convenient refrain. The mistake in this thinking is a failure to understand the power of collective, cumulative action. The state of our environment is not the result of a few large actions by a handful of actors. It is the sum total of billions of small, everyday choices made by individuals like us. Each act, while seemingly minor on its own, is a vote cast for the kind of world we want to live in. When multiplied by millions, these choices create the very reality we inhabit. Ignoring our environmental responsibility is also a disconnect from our own immediate well-being. The quality of the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the stability of the climate we depend on are not abstract political issues. They are the fundamental pillars of public health and personal security. This is not about a burden of guilt, but an invitation to empowerment. It is about recognizing that we are not helpless observers, but active participants. Simple, conscious choices, reducing waste, conserving energy, supporting sustainable products are tangible ways to align our daily actions with our long-term values. It is the practice of thinking globally while acting locally. And just as we must be aware of the rules that govern the natural world, it is equally important to be aware of the man-made rules and systems that govern our daily lives, the laws and policies of our society. Number 48. Staying uninformed about how laws and policies affect your life. Our daily lives are governed by a complex and often invisible web of rules, regulations, and systems. The mistake of choosing to stay uninformed about how these laws and policies affect us can leave us powerless, vulnerable, and unable to advocate for our own interests. We often treat politics and policy as a distant and complicated spectator sport, something that happens in faraway government buildings and has little bearing on our everyday routines. But in reality, these systems shape almost every aspect of our lives. The amount of tax taken from our paycheck, the quality of the public schools our children attend, the cost and accessibility of our health care, and the rights we have as an employee or a tenant are all determined by policies that are actively being debated and decided. To remain uninformed is to be a passive subject of these decisions rather than an engaged citizen. For example, a person who is unaware of their rights as a renter might accept an illegal rent increase or live with unsafe conditions, not knowing they have legal recourse. An employee who doesn't understand labor laws might be denied overtime pay they are rightfully owed. A small business owner who ignores changes in tax policy could face unexpected financial penalties. In each case, a lack of information leads to a tangible negative consequence. Being informed is not about becoming a political expert. It is about having a basic, functional understanding of the systems that directly impact your life and knowing where to find reliable information when you need it. It is about understanding the proposals that will affect your community and using your voice and your vote to support outcomes that align with your values. In a democracy, being informed is not just a right, it is a responsibility. It is the tool that allows us to hold our leaders accountable and to participate in the shaping of our own society. And the same principle of taking an active and decisive role, rather than being a passive observer, applies equally to the trajectory of our own projects and commitments, especially when it comes to the difficult but necessary decision of when to quit.
Number 49. Not recognizing when to quit. In our culture, persistence and grit are highly celebrated virtues. We are taught from a young age to never give up, and this can be powerful advice. But when applied indiscriminately, it can lead to a significant and costly mistake. The failure to recognize when quitting is the smartest and most courageous course of action. We can become so fixated on the idea of not being a quitter that we continue to pour our time, energy, and resources into a project, a job, or a goal that is no longer serving us, or is, in fact, actively harming us. This is often driven by a psychological bias known as the sunk cost fallacy. We have already invested so much that we feel we cannot walk away without that investment being a total waste. So we continue to throw good money after bad, or good time after bad, in the irrational hope that our continued effort will somehow justify our past commitment. The problem is that persistence is not a virtue in itself. Its value depends entirely on the direction in which we are persisting. Persisting on a path that is leading to a dead end is not admirable. It is a waste of our most precious resources. Recognizing when to quit is not about giving up. It is about strategic reallocation. It is the wise and difficult decision to stop investing in a losing strategy in order to free up your resources for a more promising one. This could be the entrepreneur who recognizes their business model is flawed and pivots to a new idea instead of driving the first one into the ground. It could be the student who admits they are in the wrong field of study and changes their major, rather than continuing for years in a direction that makes them miserable. Quitting in these contexts is not a failure. It is an act of profound self-awareness and strategic leadership in your own life. It requires the humility to admit that a path is not working and the courage to make a change. And often our ability to make such a clear-eyed decision is clouded when we place too much faith in forces that are entirely outside of our control, such as the unpredictable and fickle nature of luck.
Number 50. Relying too much on luck. The decision of when to quit requires a clear assessment of our own efforts and strategies. However, we can sabotage this clarity by falling into the mistake of relying too heavily on luck, the unpredictable and uncontrollable element of chance.
While acknowledging that luck plays a role in life can foster humility, making it the centerpiece of your strategy for success is a passive and disempowering approach that often leads to inaction and missed opportunities. This reliance on luck can take many forms. It is the person who hopes to win the lottery instead of creating a sound financial plan. It is the employee who waits to be discovered for their talents instead of proactively seeking new responsibilities and advocating for their own growth. It is the individual who puts off making important life changes, hoping that the perfect opportunity will simply fall into their lap. In each case, the responsibility for creating a desired outcome is outsourced to the whims of fortune. This mindset is appealing because it absolves us of the hard work and the risk of failure. If things don't work out, we can simply blame bad luck. But this passivity comes at a great cost. It prevents us from developing the very skills, habits, and resilience that are necessary to succeed. The most successful people do not ignore luck, but they also do not depend on it. Instead, they work to create the conditions where luck is more likely to strike, and where they are prepared to capitalize on it when it does. This is the concept of making your own luck. An entrepreneur who networks extensively and constantly refines their product is creating a larger surface area for a lucky break to occur. A student who studies diligently is prepared to seize the lucky opportunity of a challenging question on an exam. Luck is when preparation meets opportunity. Relying on luck without the preparation is simply wishful thinking. A more powerful approach is to focus on what you can control: your effort, your attitude, and your strategy. By doing so, you become the primary driving force in your own life, treating luck as a welcome but non-essential bonus. And this same proactive, ownership-driven mindset must be applied to the relationships we build, which requires us to establish clear and respectful guidelines for interaction, the art of setting boundaries.
Number 51. Not setting boundaries. As we learn to take control of our own actions and rely less on luck, we must also learn to manage how our lives intersect with the lives of others. This brings us to a foundational skill for healthy relationships and personal well-being, and a mistake that can lead to resentment and burnout: the failure to set and maintain healthy boundaries. Boundaries are not walls that we build to shut people out. They are the clear and respectful guidelines that we establish to protect our own time, energy, and emotional and mental health. They are the invisible lines that define what is acceptable and what is not in how others treat us and what they can expect from us. When we fail to set these boundaries, we are essentially handing over control of our own lives to the demands and expectations of others. This mistake often stems from a deep-seated desire to be liked, to be seen as helpful, and to avoid conflict at all costs. We say yes when we mean no. We agree to take on extra work when our plate is already overflowing. We tolerate disrespectful behavior to keep the peace. In the short term, this can feel like the easier path, but over time, the cost of having porous or non-existent boundaries is immense. It can lead to a state of chronic overwhelm, where we feel our time and energy are constantly being drained by the needs of others, leaving nothing for ourselves. It can breed a quiet, simmering resentment toward the very people we are trying to please. Ironically, the lack of boundaries
can ultimately damage the relationships we are trying to preserve, as our unspoken frustration leaks out in passive-aggressive behavior or a sudden, unexpected withdrawal. Setting a boundary is an act of self-respect. It is a clear communication of your own needs and limits. It can be as simple as saying, "I am not available to discuss this after work hours," or "I am not comfortable with that kind of joke." It is not about being unkind or selfish. It is about being clear. And clear boundaries are the bedrock of healthy, sustainable, and respectful relationships, both personal and professional. They are the practical application of a simple but often difficult word, a word that we frequently fail to use when it is most needed.
Number 52. Not saying no when you needed to. The failure to set boundaries is most frequently expressed through a single, deceptively simple mistake: the inability to say no when it is the right and necessary answer. The word no can feel sharp, confrontational, and disappointing. In our desire to be agreeable, cooperative, and to avoid letting others down, we often resort to a reluctant yes, a hesitant maybe, or a non-committal silence, all of which are often interpreted as assent. This habit of defaulting to yes is a direct pathway to overcommitment and a life lived on someone else's terms. Each time we say yes to something that is not aligned with our priorities, we are by default saying no to something that is. A yes to an extra project at work might be a no to a restful evening with family. A yes to a social event you don't want to attend might be a no to the precious, restorative solitude you desperately need. We often fail to see this hidden cost, focusing only on the immediate relief of having avoided the discomfort of refusal. The mistake is in believing that our value is tied to our constant availability and our unwavering agreeableness. We fear that saying no will damage our reputation, cost us opportunities, or make others like us less. But in reality, a thoughtful and strategic no is one of the most powerful tools for building a life of purpose and for earning genuine respect. People with clear priorities, who are not afraid to protect their time and energy, are often more, not less, respected. Their yes, when it is given, carries more weight because it is known to be a genuine and considered commitment. Learning to say no is not about becoming a negative or unhelpful person. It is about becoming a more intentional person. It is about recognizing that your time and energy are your most valuable, non-renewable resources, and that you have both the right and the responsibility to allocate them wisely. It is a skill that allows us to move beyond the superficial and draining habit of trying to please everyone. Number 53. Trying to please everyone. The inability to say no is the primary tactic of a much broader and more exhausting life strategy: the mistake of trying to please everyone. This is the deeply ingrained belief that our safety, acceptance, and worth are dependent on our ability to gain the approval of every person we interact with. It is a futile and impossible quest that turns us into chameleons, constantly changing our colors, our opinions, and our priorities
to match the expectations of whoever we happen to be with at the moment. The people pleaser lives in a state of high alert, constantly scanning for signs of disapproval and adjusting their behavior to avoid it. They become experts at anticipating the needs and desires of others, while systematically ignoring their own. This can make them appear kind, agreeable, and selfless on the surface, but beneath this accommodating exterior often lies a growing sense of exhaustion, resentment, and a profound loss of personal identity. When your goal is to please everyone, you are inevitably forced to be inauthentic. You may laugh at jokes you don't find funny, agree with opinions you don't share, or commit to values that are not your own. This constant self-betrayal, however small, takes a toll. It creates a disconnect between your inner self and your outer actions, which can lead to a feeling of emptiness and a sense that you are merely playing a role in your own life. Furthermore, the strategy itself is doomed to fail. Human beings are diverse, with conflicting needs, values, and opinions. What pleases one person will inevitably displease another. The attempt to be everything to everyone ultimately results in you being nothing authentic to yourself. And, ironically, it can even lead to the very disapproval you are trying to avoid, as people can often sense a lack of genuine conviction and may perceive it as untrustworthy. The path to freedom from this trap is to shift your goal from universal approval to self-respect. It is about learning to be okay with the fact that not everyone will like you or agree with you, and that this is not a reflection of your worth. And it requires a fundamental rebalancing of the scales, a conscious decision to stop overcommitting to others at the expense of yourself.
Number 54. Overcommitting to others while neglecting yourself. The habit of trying to please everyone inevitably leads to a state of chronic imbalance, a mistake where we consistently overcommit to the needs of others while systematically neglecting our own. This is not about the healthy and joyful act of supporting the people we care about. It is about a compulsive and unsustainable pattern of self-sacrifice that ultimately leaves us depleted and unable to help anyone effectively, including ourselves. This pattern often begins with small, seemingly harmless acts. We agree to help a colleague with their project, even when we are behind on our own. We volunteer for a community event when we are already feeling exhausted. We spend our weekends running errands for family members, leaving no time for our own rest and rejuvenation. Each individual yes feels manageable, but when these commitments are stacked one on top of the other, they form a mountain of obligations that can completely eclipse our own needs. The person caught in this cycle often operates under the mistaken belief that self-care is selfish. They see prioritizing their own rest, their own health, or their own goals as an indulgence that they do not deserve until everyone else has been taken care of. The problem is that the needs of the world are infinite. There will always be another request, another demand, another crisis. If you wait for a moment when no one needs anything from you, you will wait forever. The consequence of this chronic self-neglect is burnout. Our physical and mental health deteriorates.
Our passion and enthusiasm for life wane, replaced by a dull sense of obligation. We can become resentful of the very people we are trying to help, as our giving comes not from a place of genuine abundance, but from a place of deep depletion. The solution is to understand the profound truth in the airplane safety instruction. You must put on your own oxygen mask before assisting others. Tending to your own needs is not selfish. It is a prerequisite for sustainable service to others. It is about recognizing that you cannot pour from an empty cup. And a crucial part of keeping your own cup full is learning to communicate effectively, a skill that is often underdeveloped in those who are more focused on accommodating than on expressing.
Number 55. Failing to learn the importance of clear communication. The habit of overcommitting and neglecting our own needs is often enabled by a foundational mistake in how we interact with others: the failure to learn and practice the skill of clear communication. When our communication is vague, indirect, or hesitant, we create a breeding ground for misunderstandings, false expectations, and the very patterns of overcommitment that lead to burnout. We assume that others should just know what we need or what our limits are, and we feel resentful when they inevitably fail to read our minds. Clear communication is the art and science of ensuring that the message you intend to send is the message that is actually received. This sounds simple, but it is a skill that requires conscious practice. For the people pleaser, this is particularly difficult. Instead of a clear no, we might say, "I'll see if I can," leaving the other person with a sense of false hope and leaving us with a lingering, unfulfilled obligation. Instead of clearly stating our need for rest, we might drop passive-aggressive hints about how tired we are, hoping someone will notice and give us permission to stop. This indirectness is often a strategy to avoid the discomfort of a direct and honest conversation, but it almost always creates more problems than it solves. It can lead to frustration on both sides as expectations are not met and needs are not understood. In a professional setting, a lack of clear instructions can lead to wasted time and costly errors. In a personal relationship, a failure to clearly express our feelings can lead to a slow erosion of intimacy and trust. Learning to communicate clearly is about being both honest and kind. It is about stating your needs, your boundaries, and your expectations in a way that is direct, respectful, and unambiguous. It means replacing assumptions with questions and replacing hints with statements. It is a fundamental skill that underpins all healthy relationships and effective collaboration. And the most critical component of this skill is not in how we speak, but in a much more difficult and often overlooked practice: the art of how we listen.
Number 56. Not listening carefully when others speak. The foundation of clear communication is not in the eloquence of our own speech, but in our ability to be fully present and receptive when others are speaking. A pervasive and relationship-damaging mistake is the failure to listen carefully. We often treat conversation as a competitive sport, a turn-based game where we are not truly hearing what the other person is saying, but are instead just waiting for our turn to speak, formulating our response, our rebuttal, or our own related story in our minds. This is not listening. It is simply reloading. True deep listening is a state of active and focused presence.
It is the practice of setting aside your own internal monologue to create a space for the other person's thoughts and feelings to be fully expressed and received. It is about listening not just to the words, but to the emotions and the meaning behind the words. This kind of listening is becoming increasingly rare in our world of constant distractions. We half listen while scrolling through our phones, while thinking about our to-do list, or while formulating our next clever point. The person speaking can feel this divided attention. They sense that they are not truly being heard, which can make them feel devalued, disrespected, and disconnected. The consequences of this habit are significant. It is the root of countless misunderstandings, as we miss crucial details and nuances. It prevents us from learning from the perspectives and experiences of others, as we are too busy being in our own heads. And most importantly, it starves our relationships of the oxygen of genuine connection. When someone feels truly heard, they feel seen and valued. This is one of the most powerful gifts we can give another person, and it is the bedrock of trust and intimacy. Practicing careful listening involves simple but powerful actions: making eye contact, putting away distractions, asking clarifying questions, and summarizing what you've heard to ensure you understand. It is a shift from a conversational mindset of me to we, and it is the most fundamental act of maintenance required for our relationships, which, like any living thing, can wither and die without consistent care.
Number 57. Assuming relationships will last without effort. Just as a garden requires consistent tending to flourish, so do our relationships. A common and heartbreaking mistake is to assume that once a relationship is established, be it a friendship, a family bond, or a romantic partnership, it will continue to thrive on its own without requiring ongoing intentional effort. We can fall into the trap of taking the most important people in our lives for granted, believing that the connection we share is a permanent fixture rather than a living, breathing entity that needs to be nurtured. In the early stages of a relationship, the effort is often effortless. We are energized by the novelty and excitement of connection, and we invest heavily in time, attention, and communication. But as the relationship matures and becomes a comfortable part of our lives, it is easy for complacency to set in. The regular check-ins become less frequent. The deep conversations are replaced by logistical discussions about schedules and chores. The small, thoughtful gestures that once signaled our appreciation are forgotten in the rush of daily life. The relationship is not necessarily in crisis, but it is running on the fumes of past connection. The problem is that relationships, like all living things, are subject to entropy. Without a continuous input of positive energy, they will naturally drift towards distance and disconnection. This drift is often slow and imperceptible at first. It is not a single dramatic event, but 1,000 small moments of neglect that, over time, erode the foundation of the bond. Then, one day, we may look at this person who was once so close to us and feel a sense of unfamiliarity, a distance that has quietly grown between us. Nurturing a relationship is not about grand romantic gestures.
It is about the small, consistent acts of maintenance. It is the daily practice of expressing appreciation, of being present, of sharing experiences, and of continuing to be curious about the other person. It is the recognition that love is not just a feeling, it is a verb, an action. And this is particularly true for the relationships that are often the first to be sacrificed on the altar of a busy life, our friendships. Number 58. Neglecting friendships when life gets busy. Within the broader mistake of assuming relationships will last without effort, there is a specific category that is particularly vulnerable to neglect: our friendships. As we move through life, our primary focus often shifts to our careers and our immediate family. In the complex juggling act of adult responsibilities, friendships can begin to feel like an optional luxury rather than an essential component of our well-being. This leads to the common mistake of neglecting our friendships, letting these vital connections wither due to a lack of attention. The process is almost always a passive one. It is not a conscious decision to end a friendship, but a slow and gradual drift. A call that we mean to make gets postponed. A plan to get together is canceled and never rescheduled. We assume that our friends will always be there, that we can pick up where we left off, no matter how much time has passed. And while the strongest of friendships can endure periods of distance, no friendship can survive indefinite neglect. We often fail to appreciate the unique and irreplaceable role that friends play in our lives. They are our chosen family, the people who offer a different perspective from our partners and relatives. They are the witnesses to our growth, the keepers of our shared histories, and the sources of some of our greatest joys and laughter. Strong friendships are a powerful buffer against stress and a significant contributor to our overall happiness and longevity. To let them fade is to lose a critical part of our support system. Maintaining friendships in the midst of a busy life requires intentionality. It is not about finding huge blocks of time. It is about the consistent, small efforts. It is the quick text message to check in, the scheduled monthly call, the commitment to protect a planned get-together from the encroachment of other obligations. It is the simple but powerful act of showing up, both in times of celebration and in times of need. And it requires us to remember, again and again, that these relationships are living things that require consistent care to stay healthy. Number 59. Forgetting that friendships also need nurturing. It bears repeating, as it is a lesson we so often forget: friendships need to be actively nurtured. This is a subtle but distinct mistake from simply neglecting them when we are busy. It is the failure to understand that, like any living thing, a friendship requires specific kinds of nourishment to thrive. It is not enough to simply not let them die. We must actively help them grow. Nurturing a friendship goes beyond just staying in touch. It is about the quality of that connection. It is the practice of vulnerability, of being willing to share our true selves, our struggles, and our fears, which invites a deeper level of intimacy and trust. It is the act of celebrating their successes with genuine joy, free from envy, demonstrating that their happiness is our happiness. It is the commitment to listen without judgment, to offer a safe space for them to be who they are without fear of criticism. It is also about the principle of reciprocity. A healthy friendship is a two-way street, a balanced exchange of energy, support, and attention. While the balance may shift in the short term, with one friend needing more support than the other, over the long run, there must be a sense of mutual care and investment. When a friendship becomes chronically one-sided, it can begin to feel draining rather than uplifting. We often fall into the trap of assuming that because a friendship has a long history, it is invincible. We rely on the foundation we built years ago, forgetting that even the strongest foundations can crack without ongoing maintenance. Nurturing a friendship means continuing to build new memories together, not just reliving old ones. It means being curious about the person they are becoming, not just the person they once were. It requires effort, but it is some of the most rewarding effort we can invest in our lives. For our friends are the emotional anchors that help keep us steady. And a key part of that nurturing is the simple, proactive, and often overlooked act of reaching out just to see how they are doing.
Number 60. Forgetting to check in on people you care about. The day-to-day practice of nurturing our friendships and relationships is built upon a simple, foundational action that is remarkably easy to forget: the act of checking in. This is the mistake of assuming that the people we care about know we care, without us ever actively demonstrating it. We get so caught up in the whirlwind of our own lives, our own deadlines, and our own problems that we can go for weeks or even months without proactively reaching out to a friend or family member, all while holding them warmly in our thoughts. The problem is that our love and care, when they remain as silent thoughts in our own minds, are of no comfort or benefit to the other person. A check-in is a small, tangible expression of that care. It is a bridge built across the distance of a busy life. It does not need to be a long conversation or a grand gesture. It can be as simple as a text message that says, "I was just thinking of you and wanted to say hi," or "I saw this and it made me think of you." It is a small investment of time, often less than a minute, that can have a profound impact. For the person receiving it, a check-in is a signal that they are not forgotten, that they hold a place in your life even when you are not physically together. It can be a lifeline for a friend who is silently struggling, a welcome moment of connection in a lonely day, or simply a warm reminder of a shared bond. When we fail to do this, the silence can be misinterpreted. The other person may begin to feel that they are the only one putting in the effort, that the relationship is not as important to us, or that we are simply too busy for them. This can create a slow and often unintentional drift, where both parties care for each other, but the active expression of that care has faded away. Making a conscious habit of checking in is one of the most powerful and efficient ways to maintain the health of our relationships. It is a proactive deposit into the emotional bank account of our connections, ensuring that the bonds remain strong, resilient, and alive. And it is this very strength that allows us to navigate the more difficult dynamics of our relationships, such as when a connection begins to feel more draining than it does supportive.
Number 61. Recognizing and releasing draining connections. As we practice the art of nurturing our healthy relationships, we must also develop the wisdom to recognize when a connection is no longer serving us and, in fact, may be actively harming us. A difficult but necessary mistake to overcome is the failure to recognize and release the connections in our lives that consistently drain our energy.
These are the relationships that are defined not by mutual support and uplift, but by a chronic pattern of negativity, criticism, manipulation, or emotional depletion. We often remain in these draining connections for a variety of understandable reasons. It may be a sense of loyalty to a long history, a fear of the conflict that a departure might create, or a feeling of obligation. We may tell ourselves that it is just a difficult phase, or we may minimize the negative impact it is having on our own well-being. But a consistently draining connection is like a slow leak in our emotional energy tank. No matter how much we try to fill ourselves up in other areas of our lives, this persistent drain can leave us feeling perpetually exhausted, anxious, and diminished. Recognizing such a connection requires an honest and sometimes painful self-assessment. It is about paying attention to how you feel after you interact with someone. Do you consistently feel lighter, energized, and seen? Or do you more often feel heavy, exhausted, and misunderstood? A draining connection is not defined by an occasional argument or a bad day. It is defined by a persistent, negative pattern. Releasing such a connection does not necessarily mean a dramatic and confrontational ending. It can be a gradual and quiet process of creating distance. It might mean limiting the time you spend with the person, being less emotionally available to their negativity, or simply choosing not to engage in the old, familiar, draining patterns of interaction. In some cases, it may require a more explicit conversation and a clear severing of ties. This is not an act of cruelty, it is an act of profound self-preservation. It is about creating the space in your life for relationships that are reciprocal, respectful, and genuinely nourishing. And a key part of this discernment is learning not to offer our trust indiscriminately, but to develop a more careful and considered approach to whom we let into our inner circle.
Number 62. Trusting people blindly without learning discernment. Our tendency to remain in draining connections is often rooted in an earlier and more foundational mistake: the habit of trusting people blindly without having first learned the skill of discernment. Trust is the essential currency of all healthy relationships. It is the bedrock upon which we build connection, collaboration, and intimacy. But when trust is given automatically and universally without being earned, it can leave us vulnerable to disappointment, manipulation, and hurt. Discernment is not the same as cynicism or suspicion. A cynical person assumes the worst in everyone. A discerning person simply refrains from making an assumption at all, choosing instead to observe, listen, and allow trust to be built over time, based on a consistent pattern of trustworthy behavior. The mistake of blind trust is to collapse this entire process into a single impulsive decision. We may be charmed by someone's charisma, impressed by their words, or simply eager to believe the best in them. And so we grant them full access to our confidence, our resources, or our vulnerability, before they have demonstrated that they are worthy of it. This can lead to predictable patterns of pain. We may lend money to a new acquaintance who never repays it, share money to a deep personal struggle with a colleague who later uses it against us, or enter into a partnership based on grand promises that are never backed up by action. Each of these experiences can be a painful lesson, and for some, it can lead to the opposite extreme of refusing to trust anyone at all. The path of wisdom lies in the middle. It is about approaching new connections with an open heart, but also with watchful eyes.
It means paying more attention to people's actions than to their words. Are they consistent? Do they follow through on their commitments? Do they treat others with respect? Trust is not a switch to be flipped, but a bridge to be built, plank by plank, through a series of reliable and respectful interactions. By learning the patient and quiet art of discernment, we protect our own hearts without closing them off, allowing us to invest our trust wisely in connections that are truly deserving of it. And this discerning eye is particularly important when we consider the most influential of all our social connections, our primary circle of friends.
Number 63. Underestimating the effect of your circle of friends. As we learn to be more discerning about whom we trust, it is crucial to apply this skill to the group of people who have the most profound and often invisible influence on our lives, our circle of friends. A common and significant mistake is to underestimate the powerful effect this circle has on our habits, our mindset, and our very identity. We tend to believe we are independent individuals, making our choices in a vacuum. But the reality is that we are deeply social creatures, and we are subtly and constantly being shaped by the norms, attitudes, and behaviors of those we spend the most time with. This is not about peer pressure in the adolescent sense. It is a far more subtle process of social osmosis. The conversations you have, the activities you engage in, and the values that are expressed around you all become part of your mental environment. If your friends are optimistic, ambitious, and supportive, that atmosphere will naturally lift you up and encourage your own growth. If, on the other hand, your circle is defined by complaining, cynicism, and a lack of ambition, that negativity will inevitably seep into your own outlook, making it far harder to maintain a positive and proactive mindset. This influence extends to our most concrete habits. Our standards for health, our spending habits, and our use of leisure time are all heavily influenced by the norms of our friend group. It is simply easier to maintain a healthy lifestyle when your friends are also interested in fitness, or to be fiscally responsible when you are surrounded by people who value saving. The mistake is not in having friends with different habits, but in being unaware of the powerful gravitational pull they exert. Without this awareness, we can find ourselves slowly drifting into behaviors and mindsets that are not aligned with the person we truly want to be. The solution is not necessarily to cut ties, but to become a more conscious curator of your social environment. This means actively seeking out friendships that inspire you. It means deliberately spending more time with the people who represent the values you want to cultivate in yourself. And it may sometimes mean lovingly creating distance from those who consistently pull you down. And a particularly potent form of this environmental influence is the modern phenomenon of the echo chamber. Number 64. Staying in echo chambers of opinion. The influence of our social circle becomes even more concentrated and potentially limiting in the modern digital age, leading to the mistake of staying within an echo chamber of opinion. An echo chamber is a closed system of information and belief, where our own views are constantly reinforced by like-minded people and algorithms, while dissenting or alternative perspectives are filtered out. It is the social equivalent of a room lined with mirrors, where every direction we look, we see only a reflection of ourselves.
We naturally gravitate towards these spaces because they feel comfortable and validating. It is reassuring to believe that our way of seeing the world is the correct one, and to have that belief constantly affirmed by our newsfeed, our social media connections, and our real-world friends. The problem is that this comfort comes at the cost of intellectual growth and a balanced understanding of the world. When we are only exposed to information that confirms our existing beliefs, we can fall victim to confirmation bias. Our views can become more extreme and more rigid. We can lose the ability to think critically, to consider nuance, and to understand the perspectives of those who see the world differently. This can lead to a state of unproductive polarization, where we see those with opposing views not as people with a different perspective, but as uninformed, irrational, or even immoral. This not only damages our ability to have constructive conversations and solve problems collectively, but it can also make us more susceptible to misinformation and manipulation. Breaking out of an echo chamber requires a conscious and sometimes uncomfortable effort. It means deliberately seeking out a diversity of perspectives. It involves reading sources from outside your usual bubble, following people with different viewpoints, and engaging in conversations with a genuine curiosity to understand rather than an intention to win. It is not about abandoning your own values, but about testing them, refining them, and ensuring that they are built on a foundation of broad understanding rather than a narrow and self-reinforcing dogma. And often, a key tool in navigating these diverse perspectives is a quality we sometimes misinterpret: the quiet but profound strength of kindness.
Number 65. Treating kindness as weakness instead of strength. As we learn to navigate a world of diverse and often conflicting perspectives, the way we engage with others becomes paramount. It is here that we encounter a deeply ingrained and cynical mistake: the tendency to treat kindness as a form of weakness. In a competitive world that often values assertiveness, aggression, and self-interest, acts of kindness, patience, and compassion can be misinterpreted as being passive, naive, or easily taken advantage of. This view fundamentally misunderstands the nature of true kindness. Kindness is not the absence of strength. It is the deliberate and conscious application of it. It is easy to react to a difficult situation with anger, frustration, or defensiveness. That is often the path of least resistance, a reactive and impulsive response. To choose kindness, however, to respond to a harsh comment with patience, to meet a mistake with understanding, or to offer help when it is not required, demands a high degree of emotional self-control, discipline, and inner fortitude. It is a choice made from a place of stability, not fragility. A person who is truly weak and insecure cannot afford to be kind, as they are too preoccupied with their own defense. It is the person who is secure in their own strength, who has the capacity to be generous and compassionate towards others. In a leadership context, a kind leader is not a weak one. They are a leader who builds loyalty, trust, and psychological safety, creating an environment where people can do their best work. In a negotiation, a kind approach can disarm hostility and open the door to more creative, win-win solutions. In our personal lives, kindness is the essential nutrient for all healthy, lasting relationships. By reframing kindness as a strategic strength rather than a liability, we unlock one of the most powerful and constructive tools for navigating the complexities of human interaction. It allows us to be both effective and humane. And one of the most powerful ways to express this strength is not by hoarding our own knowledge and advantages, but by generously sharing what we have learned with others.
Number 66. Not teaching what you've learned to others. As we accumulate knowledge, skills, and life experience, we are presented with a choice. We can either keep this wisdom to ourselves, treating it as a private possession, or we can share it with others, allowing its value to multiply. A common and self-limiting mistake is to choose the former, to fail to teach what you have learned. This often comes not from a place of selfishness, but from a misplaced sense of humility or insecurity. We may think, "Who am I to teach?" Or, "I'm not an expert." Or, we might assume that what we know is either obvious to everyone else or not valuable enough to share. This mindset overlooks two fundamental truths. First, one of the most powerful ways to deepen your own understanding of a subject is to teach it to someone else. The act of explaining a concept forces you to distill it down to its core components, to organize your thoughts clearly, and to see the connections you may have previously missed. It is in the moment of trying to articulate your knowledge that you truly discover the gaps in your own understanding. Teaching is a powerful tool for self-learning. Second, you do not need to be a world-renowned expert to have something valuable to teach. You simply need to be 1 or 2 steps ahead of the person you are helping. The experience you gained from navigating a recent challenge, the solution you found for a common problem, or the skill you just recently mastered can be incredibly valuable to someone who is just beginning that same journey. Your perspective as a recent learner is often more relatable and accessible than that of a seasoned expert who may have forgotten what it is like to be a beginner. By not sharing what you've learned, you are not only withholding a potential benefit from others, but you are also robbing yourself of the opportunity to solidify your own knowledge and to experience the profound sense of purpose and connection that comes from helping another person grow. It is a practice that strengthens both the teacher and the student, creating a positive ripple effect of shared wisdom. And nowhere is this sharing of wisdom more important, or its absence more deeply felt, than within the primary and most foundational of all our relationships, the family.
Number 67. Forgetting to appreciate parents until they're gone. The act of sharing wisdom and expressing gratitude is most critical within our own families, and yet it is often the place where it is most neglected. This leads to one of the most universal and poignant of all life's regrets: the mistake of forgetting to appreciate our parents while we still have the chance. In the rush and routine of our own adult lives, it is remarkably easy to take our parents for granted. Their love, their support, and their presence can become such a consistent and reliable part of our background that we cease to actively notice it. We assume they will always be there, a phone call away. And so we postpone the visit, we cut the conversation short, or we forget to say thank you for the countless small ways they continue to support us. We often interact with them from a place of familiar routine, seeing them only in their role as parent, and we can forget to be curious about them as individuals, the people they were before we existed, their own dreams, their struggles,
and their unique life experiences. We are so focused on our own future that we can neglect to explore the living history that is right in front of us. The profound weight of this mistake is usually only felt in their absence. It is in the silence that follows their departure that we finally and fully recognize the depth of their contribution to our lives. We are flooded with the questions we wish we had asked, the stories we wish we had listened to more carefully, and the words of gratitude we wish we had spoken more often. This is not about a feeling of guilt, but a deep and irreversible sense of missed opportunity. The antidote is to practice active appreciation in the present. It is the conscious choice to be more present in our conversations, to ask more questions, to listen more deeply, and to express our love and gratitude directly and regularly. It is about recognizing that this time is finite and precious. And as we learn to appreciate them as individuals, it also becomes our responsibility to treat the next generation not as a continuation of ourselves, but as unique individuals in their own right.
Number 68. Treating children as extensions of yourself. Just as we can fail to see our parents as separate individuals, we can make the opposite mistake with our own children, treating them not as unique beings on their own journey, but as extensions of ourselves. This is a subtle but profound error in parenting, where a child's life becomes a second chance for the parent to fulfill their own unmet dreams, to heal their own past wounds, or to project an image of success to the world. This often comes from a place of love and good intentions. A parent wants the best for their child, and they naturally guide them based on their own experiences and values. The mistake occurs when this guidance crosses the line into imposition, when the child's own emerging personality, passions, and desires are overlooked or actively discouraged in favor of the parent's own agenda. It is the parent who pushes their child into a specific sport or career, not because the child shows a genuine interest, but because it is what the parent always wanted for themselves. It is the parent who feels their child's failures as a personal reflection on their own worth, placing an immense and unfair burden of expectation on the child's shoulders. When children are treated as extensions of their parents, they may learn that love and approval are conditional, dependent on their ability to perform and to meet these external expectations. This can stifle their ability to develop a strong and authentic sense of self. They may struggle to identify their own passions, to trust their own instincts, or to make choices that are truly aligned with who they are, as they have been trained to prioritize the desires of others above their own. The greatest gift a parent can give a child is the freedom to become who they are, not who the parent wants them to be. It is about providing guidance, support, and unconditional love, while also creating the space for them to explore their own unique path. And a crucial part of this is preparing them not just to live within the protective bubble of the family, but to face the realities of the wider world.
Number 69. Not preparing children for the realities of the world. In our deep and instinctual desire to protect our children from harm and hardship,
we can inadvertently make a critical mistake, failing to adequately prepare them for the realities of the world they will one day have to navigate on their own. In our effort to shield them from every discomfort, disappointment, and struggle, we can create a protective bubble that, while comfortable in the short term, leaves them unequipped with the resilience, skills, and emotional fortitude needed for adult life. The world outside of the family home does not automatically adapt to our needs and desires. It is a place of challenges, competition, and consequences. A child who has never been allowed to experience failure may be shattered by their first significant setback at work or in a relationship. A child who has never been given real responsibilities at home may struggle to manage the basic logistics of independent living. A child who has been shielded from every financial reality may be overwhelmed when they have to manage their own budget for the first time. The mistake is in confusing protection with preparation. True, loving preparation is not about removing all obstacles from a child's path. It is about progressively teaching them how to navigate those obstacles themselves. It is about allowing them to experience natural consequences for their actions in a safe and supportive environment. It involves having honest and age-appropriate conversations about difficult topics from financial literacy to handling conflict. It is about fostering independence by gradually increasing their responsibilities. This approach builds competence and confidence. It teaches children that they are capable of handling challenges, that they can recover from mistakes, and that they have the agency to shape their own lives. While it can be painful to watch a child struggle, it is in those moments of struggle that their resilience is forged. And one of the most powerful ways to accelerate this learning, not just for children, but for ourselves at any age, is to actively seek out the wisdom of those who have already walked the path before us.
Number 70. Avoiding seeking mentorship. The process of preparing for the realities of the world is a journey of learning, and one of the most effective but often overlooked accelerators of this journey is mentorship. The mistake of avoiding seeking mentorship is a choice to navigate a complex and often confusing landscape without a map when one is readily available. We can fall into the trap of believing that we must figure everything out on our own, that to ask for guidance is a sign of weakness or an admission that we are not smart enough to succeed independently. A mentor is simply someone who is a few steps ahead of you on a path you wish to walk. They have already navigated the terrain, fallen into the hidden pitfalls, and discovered the most efficient routes. To not seek out their wisdom is to choose to repeat all of their preventable mistakes, to learn every lesson the hard way. This is not a sign of strength. It is a sign of inefficiency. Seeking mentorship is an act of profound strategic intelligence. In a professional context, a good mentor can provide invaluable career advice, help you navigate office politics, and connect you to opportunities you would have never found on your own. In a personal context, a mentor could be an older, wiser friend who can offer perspective on life's challenges, or a fitness expert who can save you from years of ineffective and potentially injurious training. The fear of being a burden or the pride of self-reliance often stops us from making the ask. But most people who have achieved a level of success are genuinely happy to share their knowledge with those who are eager to learn and respectful of their time. The benefits are transformative. A single conversation with the right mentor can save you years of trial and error.
It can provide a crucial shift in perspective that unlocks a problem you have been struggling with for months. It is about learning from the experience of others rather than being limited to your own. And a key part of what makes us receptive to this mentorship is our ability to acknowledge and appreciate our own progress along the way, a practice we often neglect in our relentless focus on the final destination.
Number 71. Not celebrating progress along the way. As we seek out mentorship and guidance on our journey, our focus is naturally on the future, on the destination we are trying to reach. This forward-looking orientation is essential for growth, but it can also lead to a subtle and motivation-draining mistake: the failure to pause and celebrate our progress along the way. We can become so fixated on the final goal, the completed project, the target weight, the ultimate promotion, that we treat the entire journey as a grueling, joyless march. We adopt an all-or-nothing mindset, believing that satisfaction is a prize to be awarded only at the finish line, and that any celebration before then is premature and undeserved. This approach is not only unsustainable, but it is also counterproductive. Large, ambitious goals are not achieved in a single leap. They are the result of 1,000 small, consistent steps. When we fail to acknowledge and appreciate these intermediate steps, we rob ourselves of the very fuel that is needed to keep going. The journey can begin to feel like an endless and thankless struggle, making it far more likely that we will lose motivation and give up. Celebrating progress is not about throwing a party for every minor accomplishment. It is about the simple, internal act of mindful acknowledgement. It is about taking a moment to recognize the effort you have put in, to appreciate the new skills you have developed, and to honor the distance you have already traveled. It is the writer who, instead of focusing on the 200 pages left to write, takes a moment of satisfaction in having completed a difficult chapter. It is the person on a fitness journey who celebrates the consistency of their workouts this week rather than lamenting the pounds that are still left to lose. These small moments of celebration are powerful psychological rewards. They release dopamine in the brain, creating a positive feedback loop that reinforces the desired behavior and builds momentum. They break down an overwhelming goal into a series of manageable and rewarding milestones. And this is particularly crucial in the area of our lives that consumes so much of our time and energy, our work, where we can often fall into the trap of letting our professional role consume our entire identity.
Number 72. Treating work as your only identity. The relentless pursuit of a career goal, often without celebrating the small wins, can lead to a deeper and more dangerous mistake, allowing our work to become our one and only identity. In a society that often asks, "What do you do?" as the primary means of understanding who someone is, it is incredibly easy to let our job title, our company, and our professional achievements become the sole definition of our self-worth. This is a fragile and risky foundation upon which to build a life. When our identity is completely fused with our career, our emotional well-being becomes perilously tied to the unpredictable and often uncontrollable fluctuations of the professional world. A successful project or a positive performance review can bring a surge of elation and validation. But a missed promotion, a difficult quarter, or a layoff can feel not just like a professional setback, but like a fundamental crisis of self, a complete annihilation of our value as a person.
This over-identification with our work also leads to a slow and often unintentional neglect of the other vital parts of a rich and balanced life. Friendships may wither as we consistently prioritize deadlines over connection. Hobbies and passions that once brought us joy are pushed aside, deemed unproductive or irrelevant to our career path. Our physical and mental health can deteriorate under the weight of chronic stress and the belief that rest is a luxury we cannot afford. The person who is only a lawyer or an engineer or a manager is living a one-dimensional life. A more resilient and fulfilling approach is to cultivate a diversified identity. This means seeing your work as one important part of who you are, but not the entirety of it. It is about intentionally investing time and energy into your other roles and interests. As a friend, a partner, a parent, a lifelong learner, a creative individual, a member of a community. This creates a rich and multifaceted sense of self, one that is not dependent on a single fragile pillar. And this is especially important because an identity that is too closely tied to our work can keep us trapped for far too long in roles that are secretly making us miserable.
Number 73. Spending years in jobs you secretly hate. When our entire identity is wrapped up in our work, the idea of changing or leaving that work can feel terrifying, even when the job itself is a source of profound unhappiness. This fear can lead to one of the most soul-crushing mistakes of modern life, spending years or even a lifetime in a job that you secretly hate. This is the quiet tragedy of the Sunday scaries, of dragging yourself out of bed each morning with a sense of dread, of trading the precious, unrecoverable hours of your life for a paycheck and a sense of security. The reasons we stay are often practical and compelling. Financial obligations, family responsibilities, and the fear of the unknown can make leaving a stable, albeit unfulfilling, job feel like an impossible and irresponsible risk. The routine becomes familiar, and the comfort of the known, however miserable, can feel safer than the uncertainty of change. So we rationalize. We tell ourselves it is just a job, that it is not supposed to be enjoyable, or that we will make a change someday, a vague and distant future that never seems to arrive. But the cost of this prolonged compromise is far greater than we often acknowledge. A job is not just a job. It is the activity that consumes the majority of our waking hours. To spend this time in an environment that is draining, uninspiring, or misaligned with our values is to subject ourselves to a state of chronic low-grade stress. This stress does not stay at the office. It seeps into every other area of our lives, affecting our health, our mood, and our relationships. It can leave us too exhausted and disengaged to be fully present with our loved ones or to pursue the activities that truly bring us joy. Over time, it can erode our confidence and our sense of possibility, making the idea of change feel even more daunting. Escaping this trap does not necessarily mean a dramatic overnight resignation. It can begin with the small, courageous step of acknowledging the truth to yourself, and then taking small, consistent actions to explore alternatives, to learn new skills, or to build a financial cushion that will give you the freedom to choose a path that offers not just a living, but a life. And often, a key part of this trap is our own normalization of a state that should be a warning signal, the pervasive feeling of stress.
Number 74. Believing stress is just a part of life. Our willingness to endure jobs we hate is often underpinned by a broader and more culturally ingrained mistake: the belief that a state of chronic stress is simply a normal and unavoidable part of modern adult life. We have come to accept a racing heart, a tense jaw, and a perpetually worrying mind as the standard operating procedure for a successful or responsible person. We wear our busyness as a badge of honor and dismiss the clear signals of our own distress as something to be pushed through rather than attended to. This is a dangerous misunderstanding of what stress is. Acute, short-term stress is a natural and vital biological response. It is the fight-or-flight mechanism that floods our system with adrenaline and cortisol to help us handle an immediate threat or a demanding challenge, like giving an important presentation or meeting a tight deadline. In these contexts, stress can enhance our focus and performance. The problem arises when this emergency response system is never turned off. When we live in a state of constant low-grade activation, this is chronic stress. When our bodies are perpetually bathed in stress hormones, it is no longer a helpful tool. It becomes a corrosive force that wears down our physical and mental health. It can lead to a host of problems, from digestive issues and high blood pressure to a weakened immune system and an increased risk of significant health events. It impairs our cognitive function, making it harder to concentrate, learn, and make rational decisions. It also makes us more irritable and emotionally reactive, damaging our relationships. To accept this state as normal is to accept a significantly diminished quality of life. The solution is to reframe stress, not as an inevitable part of life, but as a valuable signal. It is your body's way of telling you that something in your environment, your habits, or your mindset is out of balance and requires your attention. By learning to recognize these signals early, and by developing proactive strategies for managing stress, such as exercise, mindfulness, setting boundaries, and prioritizing rest, we can move from a state of simply surviving to one of truly thriving. And often, this feeling of being overwhelmed is compounded by another limiting belief: the idea that we must face all of these challenges entirely on our own.
Number 75. Believing you must figure everything out alone. The feeling of being overwhelmed by stress is often magnified by a powerful and isolating mistake: the belief that we must figure everything out by ourselves. This is the stoic but ultimately self-defeating mindset that equates independence with a refusal to seek help, advice, or support from others. We see our challenges as a private test of our own strength and intelligence, and we believe that to admit we are struggling or that we don't have the answers is to admit a personal failure. This belief can be a formidable barrier to progress and well-being. We spend hours, days, or even weeks trying to solve a problem in isolation, when a simple conversation with a knowledgeable colleague, a wise friend, or an experienced mentor could have provided the solution or a new perspective in a matter of minutes. We carry the heavy emotional weight of our struggles alone,
convinced we would be a burden to others, while forgetting that genuine connection and mutual support are fundamental human needs. The irony is that this refusal to seek help, which is intended to project an image of competence, often leads to the opposite result. It can lead to poorer decisions, as we are limited to our own single biased perspective. It can lead to unnecessary mistakes, as we are forced to learn every lesson the hard way, repeating errors that others have already solved. And it can lead to burnout, as we are trying to carry a load that was meant to be shared. True independence is not about never needing anyone. It is about having the confidence and self-awareness to know when to draw upon the resources and wisdom of your community. Asking for help is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of strategic strength. It is an acknowledgement that collaboration is a more powerful force than isolation. It is the understanding that our growth is accelerated, not diminished, when we are willing to learn from the experiences of others. This shift in perspective is crucial, as it allows us to step out of the lonely echo chamber of our own thoughts and into the rich, collaborative world of shared human experience. And as we begin to open up to this world, it becomes even more important to reflect on the ultimate direction we are heading, to ensure that the path we are on is truly our own.
Number 76. Living someone else's dream instead of your own. As we learn to open up and draw upon the wisdom of our community, we must also be careful to distinguish between helpful guidance and undue influence. This brings us to one of the most subtle and tragic mistakes a person can make over the course of a lifetime: living someone else's dream instead of their own. This is the path of following a script that has been handed to you by your parents, your culture, or society at large, without ever pausing to ask if the role you are playing is one that genuinely resonates with your own soul. This often begins in our formative years, with well-intentioned but powerful messages about what constitutes a good or successful life. We may be steered towards a particular career path because it is seen as stable, prestigious, or because it fulfills a parent's own unrealized ambition. We may adopt a set of values and priorities not because we have examined them ourselves, but because they are the accepted norms of our social circle. We can spend years, or even decades, diligently climbing a ladder, only to reach the top and realize with a hollow sense of emptiness that it was leaning against the wrong wall. The person living someone else's dream may look successful from the outside. They may have the right job, the right house, and the right accomplishments. But on the inside, there is often a persistent, quiet sense of discontent, a feeling of being a stranger in their own life. This is because external achievements can never truly satisfy a soul that is starved of authentic self-expression. The journey to reclaim your own dream is a process of deep and honest self-inquiry. It requires the courage to tune out the noise of external expectations and to listen to the quiet whisper of your own inner voice. It is about asking yourself the difficult questions. What truly energizes me? What am I deeply curious about? What kind of life would I live if I were not afraid of disappointing anyone? Following your own path is not necessarily about rejecting all convention or making a dramatic life change. It is about ensuring that your choices, both large and small, are in alignment with your most authentic values and desires. And a key part of this is learning to distinguish between the things that genuinely add value to our lives and the superficial markers of success that we are often conditioned to chase. Number 77. Chasing status instead of substance. The act of living someone else's dream is often fueled by the mistake of chasing status instead of substance. This is the pursuit of the external symbols of success, the job title, the luxury car, the social media recognition, at the expense of the internal qualities that create a truly rich and meaningful life, such as knowledge, integrity, and genuine connection. Status is about how you appear to others. Substance is about who you actually are. Status is fragile, dependent on the ever-changing opinions and trends of the outside world. Substance is durable, an internal foundation of character and skill that remains with you regardless of your circumstances. The mistake is in believing that achieving status will automatically lead to the feelings of fulfillment that can only come from cultivating substance. This chase can manifest in many ways. It is the person who chooses a career path not out of passion or interest, but for the prestige of the job title. It is the individual who spends money they don't have on designer goods to project an image of wealth, while neglecting to build actual financial security. It is the relentless pursuit of likes and followers, often at the cost of authentic, in-person relationships. The problem with this pursuit is that the rewards of status are fleeting. The thrill of a new purchase or a wave of online praise provides a temporary high, but it quickly fades, leaving a void that demands the next status-affirming fix. This can create a hedonic treadmill, where we are constantly running towards the next external symbol without ever achieving a lasting sense of contentment. Cultivating substance, on the other hand, is a slower, quieter, and often less glamorous process. It is the consistent effort of reading to expand your mind, of practicing a skill to achieve mastery, of showing up for your friends with reliability and compassion. These activities may not earn you immediate applause, but they build an internal reservoir of competence, confidence, and character that is far more valuable and enduring than any external symbol. And a key part of cultivating this substance is to never lose the fundamental engine of all learning and growth, our own natural curiosity.
Number 78. Losing curiosity as you grow older. The pursuit of substance over status requires a mind that is open, engaged, and eager to learn. This is why one of the most subtle but significant mistakes we can make as we age is to allow the flame of our natural curiosity to be extinguished. As children, we are boundless wells of curiosity. The world is a place of wonder, and our days are filled with the question, why? This innate drive to explore, to question, and to understand is the primary engine of our learning and development. But as we move into adulthood, the pressures of routine, responsibility, and the need for efficiency can cause us to trade this sense of wonder for a more predictable and closed-off mindset. We can begin to believe that we have figured things out, and we may start to operate on a set of fixed assumptions and established routines. We stick to what we know because it is comfortable and efficient. We may stop asking questions in our workplace for fear of appearing uninformed. We consume media that only confirms our existing biases. We may even lose interest in the people around us, assuming we already know their stories. When we lose our curiosity, our world begins to shrink. We become less adaptable to change, less open to new ideas, and less able to connect with others in a meaningful way. Life can start to feel stale and repetitive, not because the world has become less interesting, but because we have stopped engaging with it with a sense of openness and wonder. Maintaining curiosity is a conscious choice. It is the practice of deliberately looking at the world with a beginner's mind. It can be as simple as trying a new type of food, reading a book on a subject you know nothing about, or asking a friend a deeper, more thoughtful question about their own experiences. It is the commitment to being a lifelong learner. By keeping our curiosity alive, we ensure that our lives remain a dynamic journey of discovery, rather than a slow settling into the dust of dogma. And this is particularly important when it comes to the knowledge we acquire, where we can often fall into the trap of limiting our learning to a single, narrow field.
Number 79. Avoiding learning outside your field. Our natural curiosity is often channeled and refined into a specific area of expertise as we build our careers. Specialization is valuable and necessary, but it can also lead to a mistake that limits our creativity and problem-solving ability, avoiding learning outside of our primary field. We can become so focused on deepening our knowledge in one narrow domain that we build high walls around our intellectual territory, failing to see the rich and fertile landscape of ideas that lies beyond. The problem with this intellectual isolation is that the most complex and interesting challenges in our world rarely fit neatly into a single discipline. A software developer who only understands code but has no knowledge of psychology or design will struggle to create a truly user-friendly product. A doctor who only studies medicine but ignores nutrition and behavioral science will be less effective at helping patients make sustainable lifestyle changes. A business leader who only reads business books will miss the powerful insights into human nature and strategy that can be found in history, philosophy, and biology. The most groundbreaking innovations and the most elegant solutions often arise not from digging deeper in a single hole, but from the cross-pollination of ideas between different fields. It is the ability to connect the dots, to see patterns that others miss, and to apply a concept from one domain to solve a problem in another. This is where true creativity lies. Avoiding learning outside your field can also make your career more fragile. In a rapidly changing world, industries can be disrupted overnight. The specialist whose knowledge is too narrow may find their expertise has become obsolete, while the person with a broader, more interdisciplinary skill set is far more adaptable and resilient. Cultivating this breadth of knowledge does not mean abandoning your focus. It is about being intentionally curious, about making time to read widely, to talk to people in different industries, and to explore hobbies that exercise different parts of your brain. And often, the most joyful and rejuvenating of these explorations can come from reconnecting with the very things that lit up our minds in our earliest years, our childhood passions. Number 80. Losing touch with childhood passions. As we build our adult lives, with their focus on career, responsibility, and specialized knowledge, it is remarkably easy to lose touch with the activities that once brought us unadulterated joy. A common and quiet mistake is to let our childhood passions fade into distant memories, dismissing them as frivolous or unproductive in the context of our grown-up world.
These passions are the things we did not for any external reward, but for the sheer love of doing them. It might have been drawing, building elaborate Lego structures, playing a sport, writing stories, or simply exploring the woods behind our house. These were not just hobbies. They were the natural and effortless expressions of our innate curiosity and creativity. They were the activities that made us feel most alive and most ourselves. As we age, the pressure to be productive can cause us to devalue these pursuits. We tell ourselves we don't have the time, or that it is self-indulgent to spend our precious hours on something that doesn't contribute to our career or our financial goals. So the sketchbook gathers dust, the guitar sits in its case, and the sports equipment is relegated to the back of the closet. The problem with this is that we are not just losing an activity, we are losing a vital source of energy, stress relief, and connection to our authentic selves. These passions are often the key to our well-being. They provide a necessary counterbalance to the structured and often demanding nature of our professional lives. They are a form of play, and play is not just for children. It is an essential human need for people of all ages. Reconnecting with these passions does not have to be a grand commitment. It can be as simple as dedicating 30 minutes a week to that old hobby. The goal is not to become a professional artist or musician, but to reclaim the feeling of joy and engagement that the activity provides. By making space for these childhood passions, we are not being unproductive. We are tending to the health of our own soul. And this is a crucial part of a broader human need that we often neglect in our pursuit of logic and productivity: the need for creative expression.
Number 81. Neglecting creative expression. Reconnecting with our childhood passions is often a gateway to a broader and more fundamental human need, one that is frequently sidelined in our busy, goal-oriented lives. This is the mistake of neglecting creative expression. We can fall into the trap of believing that creativity is a special gift reserved for a talented few, the artists, the musicians, the writers, rather than seeing it as an innate and essential part of the human experience for everyone. Creative expression is not about producing a masterpiece. It is the simple act of taking our inner thoughts, feelings, and ideas and giving them an external form. This can manifest in countless ways. It is the person who finds joy in arranging flowers from their garden, the one who experiments with new recipes in the kitchen, the individual who keeps a journal to untangle their thoughts, or the one who finds release in dancing to their favorite music. These are not frivolous activities. They are vital outlets for processing our emotions, reducing stress, and connecting with a deeper part of ourselves. When we neglect this need, our lives can start to feel mechanical and one-dimensional, a repetitive cycle of consumption and obligation. We can feel a vague sense of discontent or stagnation without being able to pinpoint its source. This is often the quiet protest of our own creative spirit, a part of us that is starved for expression. One of the main barriers to engaging in creative activities is the internal critic, the voice that tells us we are not good enough or that what we create is not valuable. This is to miss the point entirely. The primary value of creative expression is in the process, not the product. It is the act of creation itself that is therapeutic and enlivening. The goal is not to win an award, but to feel more alive. Making space for small, regular acts of creativity is an investment in our mental and emotional health. It improves our problem-solving skills, enhances our ability to see the world from new perspectives, and provides a profound sense of satisfaction that comes from bringing something new into existence. And often, our ability to embrace this creativity is deeply tied to our willingness to resist one of the most powerful forces in our lives, the pressure to conform and adapt to the world around us.
Number 82. Refusing to adapt to change. The very act of creative expression is a form of adaptation, of responding to our inner world in new ways. This principle of adaptation is equally critical in how we respond to our external world. A fundamental mistake that can lead to stagnation and irrelevance is the refusal to adapt to change. We are creatures of habit who find comfort and security in the familiar and the predictable. When faced with a change, be it a new technology at work, a shift in our personal routines, or an unexpected life event, our instinct can be to resist it, to cling to the old way of doing things, and to mourn the loss of what was. This resistance is understandable, but when it becomes a rigid and default response, it can be deeply detrimental. Change is the only constant in the universe. Markets evolve, industries are disrupted, relationships shift, and our own bodies and minds are in a perpetual state of flux. To refuse to adapt is to try to stand still in the middle of a flowing river. It is not only futile, but it is also exhausting. The employee who refuses to learn the new software system will inevitably fall behind their colleagues. The person who insists that their relationship must remain exactly as it was in the beginning will struggle to navigate its natural evolution. The individual who clings to outdated beliefs in the face of new evidence will find their worldview becoming increasingly narrow and brittle. Adapting to change is not about abandoning our core values or mindlessly following every new trend. It is about having the flexibility to let go of the strategies, tools, and mindsets that are no longer serving us, and to embrace new ones that are better suited to the current reality. It is a skill that requires humility, the ability to admit that our old way may not be the best way anymore, and courage, the willingness to step into the discomfort of the unknown and the awkwardness of being a beginner again. By cultivating a mindset of adaptability, we transform change from a threat to be feared into an opportunity for growth and renewal. And a key part of this adaptability is our willingness to look at the very foundations of our habits and beliefs and to question the inherited traditions
that we often follow without thinking.
Number 83. Failing to question traditions that no longer serve a purpose. Our resistance to change is often most pronounced when it comes to the established traditions and routines that structure our lives. This leads to the mistake of continuing to follow traditions without ever pausing to question whether they still serve a meaningful purpose. Traditions, whether in our families, our workplaces, or our cultures, can be a powerful source of identity, stability, and connection. They are the rituals and repeated behaviors that link us to our past and provide a sense of continuity. The mistake is not in having traditions, but in treating them as sacred and unchangeable rules, following them out of sheer inertia rather than conscious choice. A tradition often begins for a very practical and valuable reason. A specific family rule about Sunday dinners may have been created to ensure everyone connected at least once a week. A particular company policy may have been designed to solve a problem that was relevant a decade ago. But circumstances change. Family schedules become more complex, and that rigid dinner time may now be a source of stress rather than connection. The old company policy may now be an obstacle to efficiency in a new technological landscape. When a tradition continues long after its original purpose has faded, it can become an empty ritual, a source of friction, or a barrier to progress. Failing to question these traditions can keep us stuck in outdated and inefficient ways of being. The healthier approach is to view traditions not as fixed monuments, but as living things that must be periodically re-examined to ensure they are still aligned with our current values and needs. This does not mean a wholesale rejection of the past. It is a process of mindful curation. It is about having the courage to ask, why do we do this? And is this still serving us? By doing so, we can choose to preserve the traditions that continue to add meaning and value, to adapt the ones that need updating, and to respectfully retire the ones that have become obsolete. This ensures that our connection to the past is a source of wisdom, not a cage. And this same critical lens should be applied not just to our collective histories, but also to our understanding of the larger historical forces that have shaped the very world we live in today. Number 84. Ignoring how history shapes the present. Just as we can mindlessly follow outdated personal traditions, we can make the larger and more consequential mistake of ignoring how the grand sweep of history shapes our present reality. We often live with a sense of presentism, a belief that our current moment is unique and disconnected from what came before. We may see history as a collection of dusty, irrelevant stories about kings and battles, rather than as the living, breathing root system from which our modern world has grown. This historical amnesia is a profound error, as it dooms us to misunderstand the nature of our own problems and to repeat the mistakes of the past. The social, political, and economic structures that define our lives did not appear out of nowhere. They are the cumulative result of centuries of decisions
conflicts, innovations, and ideologies. The inequalities we see today have deep historical roots. The political tensions that dominate our headlines are often the latest chapter in a very long story. The technologies that shape our behavior are built upon generations of scientific discovery. To ignore this context is to try to understand a tree by looking only at its leaves, without ever examining its trunk at its roots. This lack of historical perspective makes us more susceptible to simplistic solutions and more surprised by predictable outcomes. We may be shocked by a financial crisis without realizing that it is following a pattern that has repeated itself for centuries. We may be dismayed by a social conflict without understanding the long-standing grievances that have led to it. History provides the patterns, the context, and the cautionary tales. It is a vast library of human experience, a record of what has been tried, what has succeeded, and what has failed. By studying it, we gain a crucial sense of perspective. We learn to distinguish between a truly unprecedented event and the mere recycling of an old idea in new clothing. It fosters humility, reminding us that our present challenges are not entirely new, and it provides a form of long-term wisdom that allows us to navigate the present with a deeper and more informed understanding. And one of the most persistent historical illusions, one that we seem to relearn in every generation, is the deeply flawed belief about where to find lasting happiness.
Number 85. Believing money automatically buys happiness. One of the most enduring and widely held beliefs in modern history is the idea that financial wealth is a direct and automatic ticket to happiness. We are relentlessly bombarded with messages that equate success with a certain level of income, a certain collection of possessions, and a certain lifestyle. This leads to the pervasive mistake of believing that money, in and of itself, can purchase a state of lasting joy and contentment. The relationship between money and happiness is far more complex than this simple equation suggests. It is undeniable that a certain level of financial security has a profound impact on our well-being. Money can alleviate the chronic stress of worrying about basic needs like food, shelter, and safety. It can provide access to better healthcare and educational opportunities. In this sense, money is an incredibly powerful tool for removing sources of suffering and creating a foundation of stability. The mistake lies in assuming that this relationship is a linear one, that more money will always equal more happiness. Research and anecdotal evidence consistently show that once our basic needs are comfortably met, the correlation between additional income and day-to-day happiness begins to flatten out dramatically. The joy of a new luxury car or a bigger house is often fleeting. These things quickly become our new normal, a phenomenon known as hedonic adaptation. And we find ourselves on a treadmill, needing the next bigger purchase to get the same temporary thrill. This is because true, lasting happiness tends to come not from what we have, but from other, less tangible sources. The quality of our relationships, a sense of purpose and meaning in our lives, our physical and mental health, and our contribution to something larger than ourselves. Money can be a tool to support these things. It can fund a trip with loved ones or give us the freedom to pursue meaningful work. But it can never be a substitute for them. Chasing wealth as the primary goal of life at the expense of these deeper sources of fulfillment
is like diligently climbing a ladder only to find it was leaning against a hollow and unsatisfying wall. And this is part of a larger confusion, one between the fleeting nature of pleasure and the enduring quality of meaning.
Number 86. Confusing temporary happiness with lasting meaning. The belief that money buys happiness is a specific manifestation of a much broader and more fundamental mistake: the confusion between the feeling of temporary happiness and the experience of lasting meaning. In our pursuit of a good life, we often chase moments of pleasure, comfort, and excitement, believing that if we can just stack up enough of these moments, they will add up to a fulfilling existence. But this is like trying to build a house out of confetti. The individual pieces are bright and enjoyable, but they lack the structure and substance to create a durable home for the soul. Temporary happiness is often an external and fleeting experience. It is the thrill of a new purchase, the enjoyment of a delicious meal, the excitement of a party. These are wonderful and necessary parts of a joyful life, but they are, by their nature, transient. They are the enjoyable weather patterns of our lives. Lasting meaning, on the other hand, is more like the underlying landscape. It is a deeper and more enduring sense of purpose, coherence, and significance. It is not something we feel in every moment, but it provides a quiet, stable foundation that can sustain us even through difficult times. Meaning is often cultivated not through the pursuit of pleasure, but through the acceptance of responsibility. It is found in raising a family, in dedicating yourself to a challenging craft or profession, in contributing to your community, or in overcoming personal adversity. These pursuits are often not happy in the moment-to-moment sense. They can involve stress, sacrifice, and struggle, but they provide a profound sense of rightness and value that a life dedicated solely to pleasure-seeking can never offer. The mistake is in prioritizing the weather over the landscape. When we chase one temporary high after another, we can end up feeling lost and empty, wondering why our collection of happy moments does not add up to a satisfying life. And often, this relentless chase is fueled by a flawed cultural narrative about what it means to be successful, a narrative that presents achievement as a final and permanent destination.
Number 87. Thinking success is a final destination. Our cultural narratives are filled with stories that culminate in a single triumphant moment of success. The athlete wins the championship. The entrepreneur sells their company. The hero defeats the villain, and they all live happily ever after. This has ingrained in us a deeply flawed and misleading mistake: the belief that success is a final destination, a finish line that, once crossed, will grant us a permanent state of happiness and fulfillment. We spend our lives striving towards these destinations. We tell ourselves, "I will be happy when I get that promotion," or "My life will be perfect once I buy that house," or "I can finally relax once I achieve this goal." We treat success as a one-time event that will solve all our problems and usher in an era of perpetual contentment. The problem with this mindset is that it does not align with the reality of human experience. The satisfaction of achieving a major goal is almost always temporary. The initial elation fades, the new reality becomes our new normal, and we soon find that we are the same person
with the same underlying insecurities and challenges. This can lead to a profound sense of anticlimax and disillusionment, what is sometimes called the arrival fallacy. We have worked so hard to reach the summit, only to find that it is just another peak in a long range of mountains, and the view is not as transformative as we had imagined. A more sustainable and realistic view is to see success not as a destination, but as a process. It is not a place you arrive at, but a way you travel. It is the ongoing, dynamic process of growth, of learning, of striving to become a better version of yourself, and of contributing to the world in a meaningful way. This process-oriented mindset frees us from the tyranny of the single goal. It allows us to find joy and satisfaction in the journey itself, not just in the occasional milestones. It reframes our relationship with achievement, turning it from a source of pressure and potential disappointment into a continuous and evolving adventure. And this same flawed, destination-oriented thinking often applies to our entire concept of personal growth.
Number 88. Believing self-improvement has an endpoint. Just as we mistakenly view success as a final destination, we often make the parallel error of believing that self-improvement is a project with a finite endpoint. We treat our personal growth as if it were a course we could complete, a checklist we could finish, or a problem we could definitively solve. We might think, once I learn to control my temper, or once I become a more confident speaker, or once I establish a healthy routine, then I will be done. I will have arrived. This is a fundamental misunderstanding of the nature of being human. Self-improvement is not about reaching a state of static perfection. It is about engaging in a lifelong process of dynamic evolution. Life is constantly presenting us with new challenges, new circumstances, and new opportunities for growth. The skills and mindsets that served us well in one phase of our lives may be insufficient or even counterproductive in the next. The confident 20-year-old may need to learn a new kind of humility as a parent. The successful mid-career professional may need to learn how to embrace a beginner's mind as their industry is disrupted by new technology. To believe that our self-improvement has an endpoint is to become rigid and brittle, unprepared for the inevitable and ongoing demands of a changing world. A more helpful and realistic metaphor for personal growth is not that of building a finished product, but of tending to a garden. A garden is never done. It requires constant, ongoing attention, watering, weeding, pruning, and planting new seeds. It is a continuous process of nurturing and responding to the changing seasons. In the same way, our inner world requires a steady and gentle practice of self-awareness, learning, and course correction. This mindset transforms self-improvement from a stressful, goal-oriented project into a patient and compassionate lifelong practice. It allows us to see our setbacks not as failures, but as part of the natural cycle of growth. And it helps us to avoid a common trap that occurs when we believe we have reached a certain state of completion, the trap of getting stuck in the past.
Number 89. Staying stuck in nostalgia instead of building a future. When we believe our best days of growth or success are behind us, we can fall into the comforting but ultimately stagnant embrace of nostalgia. This is the mistake of staying emotionally and mentally stuck in a glorified version of the past, using it as a refuge from the challenges and uncertainties of the present. Nostalgia in small doses can be a warm and pleasant experience. It can remind us of happy memories, connect us to our roots, and provide a sense of continuity and identity. The mistake occurs when this backward glance becomes our primary way of looking at the world. It is the person who constantly talks about their glory days in high school or college, implicitly suggesting that their life has been downhill ever since. It is the individual who endlessly compares every new experience to a romanticized past, ensuring that nothing in the present can ever measure up. It is the professional who clings to the old way of doing things, resisting innovation and change because it does not feel as comfortable or familiar as what came before. When we become stuck in nostalgia, we are essentially living in a museum of our own life. We spend our energy polishing and curating the exhibits of the past, while the gallery of the future remains empty. This can prevent us from being fully present and engaged with the opportunities that are right in front of us. We may fail to build new, meaningful relationships because we are still clinging to old ones. We may miss out on chances for growth and learning because we are too attached to our past identity and accomplishments. The past should be a place of reference, not a place of residence. The healthier approach is to draw strength and wisdom from our past experiences, but then to turn and apply that wisdom to the task of building a compelling future. It is about honoring where we have come from without letting it limit where we can go. It requires us to have the courage to let go of the familiar and to step into the open and unwritten territory of the present moment. And one of the most common forms this nostalgia takes is the regret for the real-world experiences we postponed and never pursued, such as travel.
Number 90. Not traveling when you had the chance. The feeling of being stuck in nostalgia is often intertwined with a specific and poignant form of regret, the mistake of not traveling when we had the opportunity. We often treat travel as a luxury, an indulgence to be postponed until a more convenient and perfect time in the future. A time when we have more money, more vacation days, or fewer responsibilities. We file our travel dreams away under someday, forgetting that someday is not a day of the week. This is a mistake because travel is not just about seeing new sights. It is one of the most powerful catalysts for personal growth and perspective shift that exists. To travel is to voluntarily step out of the comfortable echo chamber of our own culture and to immerse ourselves in a world where our assumptions are challenged, our perspectives are broadened, and our sense of what is normal is completely rearranged. It is an education in humility as we navigate unfamiliar languages and customs. It is a lesson in adaptability as we learn to cope with unexpected challenges and delays. And it is a profound reminder of our shared humanity as we connect with people whose lives are, on the surface, vastly different from our own, only to discover the universal currents of hope, struggle, and love that unite us all. The window of opportunity for certain kinds of travel is often most open in our younger, more flexible years. As life progresses, the logistics and responsibilities can make spontaneous, long-term, or adventurous travel significantly more difficult. The regret for not having taken those chances when they were more accessible can be a heavy one. It is the feeling of having owned a ticket to the world's greatest classroom
and never having used it. This is not to say that travel must be expensive or exotic to be valuable. The spirit of travel can be found in exploring a nearby town you have never visited, or in simply taking a different route on your daily walk. It is about embracing a mindset of curiosity and discovery. And at its core, this mindset is dependent on a virtue that our fast-paced, instant gratification world makes increasingly difficult to cultivate: the simple but profound practice of patience.
Number 91. Not practicing patience. The dream of future travel, the pursuit of long-term goals, and the cultivation of a meaningful life all require a foundational virtue that our modern world seems designed to dismantle: patience. The mistake of not practicing patience is the choice to live in a state of constant, low-grade agitation, expecting immediate results and instant gratification in a world that unfolds on its own timeline. We are conditioned by a culture of one-click purchases, on-demand entertainment, and instant communication. This has trained our brains to expect a frictionless and immediate response to our desires. When we are then confronted with the realities of life, the traffic jam, the slow-loading website, the long-term project that requires sustained effort, we can react with an outsized sense of frustration and intolerance. This impatience is not a harmless personality quirk. It is a corrosive force that can undermine our most important endeavors. In our personal growth, a lack of patience can cause us to give up on learning a new skill or building a new habit the moment it becomes difficult or the progress feels too slow. We jump from one quick fix to the next, never staying with any one path long enough to see meaningful results. In our relationships, impatience can make us poor listeners, quick to interrupt, and unable to give others the space they need to process their thoughts and feelings. It can lead to a premature abandonment of a relationship during a difficult but temporary phase. In our careers, impatience can lead to rushed, sloppy work and a frustration with the necessary incremental process of building a skill set and a reputation over time. Practicing patience is not the same as being passive or inactive. It is the active and conscious acceptance that some things simply take time. It is the wisdom to plant a seed and to trust in the process of growth without constantly digging it up to see if it has sprouted. It is a form of trust in the natural unfolding of life. It is a quiet, steady strength that allows us to remain calm and persistent in the face of delays and setbacks. And it is the essential prerequisite for one of the most important and challenging practices of all: the ability to be fully present and to find joy in the here and now.
Number 92. Forgetting to enjoy the present moment. The practice of patience is what allows us to settle into the rhythm of life. But even with patience, we can fall into a pervasive and life-diminishing mistake: the habit of forgetting to enjoy the present moment. We spend the vast majority of our mental lives living in one of two places: the past, with its regrets and nostalgic memories, or the future, with its anxieties and ambitious plans. The present moment, the only place where life is actually happening, becomes a mere stepping stone, a brief and often overlooked transit point between what was and what will be. This is the state of living on autopilot,
We eat our meals while scrolling through our phones, barely tasting the food. We are physically present in a conversation with a loved one, but our mind is elsewhere, consumed with our to-do list for the next day. We go for a walk in nature, but we are lost in a mental loop of worry, completely missing the beauty of the world around us. We are living our lives, but we are not truly experiencing them. The consequence of this habit is that our life can feel like a blur, a series of moments that we have passed through but have not fully inhabited. We can reach the end of a day, a week, or a year, and wonder where all the time went, feeling a vague sense of having missed something essential. This is because the richness of life is found not in the grand destinations, but in the small textured details of the present moment. The warmth of the sun on our skin, the taste of a morning coffee, the sound of a loved one's laughter. To forget the present is to forget to live. The antidote to this is the practice of mindfulness. It is the simple but profound act of intentionally bringing your attention to the here and now, without judgment. It is not about stopping your thoughts, but about noticing them without being carried away by them. It is about engaging your senses and anchoring yourself in the reality of this very moment. It is a practice that allows us to step off the speeding train of our thoughts and to stand on the platform of our own lives. A crucial skill when we consider another deeply flawed assumption we often make, the belief that we have all the time in the world.
Number 93. Believing you'll have unlimited time. Our habit of deferring our joy to the future and living outside the present moment is often underpinned by a deep and unspoken mistake, the belief that our time is an unlimited resource. We live with a quiet, unexamined assumption that we will always have later. We postpone the important conversation. We delay the trip we have always dreamed of. And we put off starting the passion project, all under the comforting illusion that the future is a vast and endlessly available expanse. This is one of the grandest self-deceptions of the human experience. Time is the most precious and unforgiving of all our resources. It is the one thing that can never be earned back, saved, or created. Every moment that passes is gone forever. To live as though our time is infinite is to squander this irreplaceable gift. This mistake manifests in countless ways. We stay in unfulfilling situations, jobs, relationships, or circumstances, telling ourselves we will make a change someday. We fail to express our love and appreciation for the people who matter most, assuming there will be countless future opportunities to do so. We neglect our health, thinking we can always make up for it later. In each case, we are borrowing against a future that is not guaranteed. The reality is that life is unpredictable. Circumstances can change in an instant, and the opportunities that are available to us today may not be there tomorrow. The child grows up, the parent ages, our own health shifts. To recognize the finite nature of our time is not meant to be a source of morbid anxiety, but a powerful catalyst for intentional living. It is a call to action in the present moment. It transforms someday into today. It clarifies our priorities, forcing us to distinguish between what is merely urgent and what is truly important. When we truly internalize that our time is limited, we are less likely to waste it on things that do not matter.
We become more courageous in pursuing our dreams, more present in our relationships, and more diligent in caring for ourselves. And this understanding is part of a larger, more encompassing truth that we must all eventually face: the impermanent nature of everything.
Number 94. Forgetting that everything, even life, is temporary. The realization that our own time is finite is a gateway to a larger and more profound understanding, one that we often resist: the truth that everything in our lives is temporary. This is the mistake of clinging to the present state of affairs as if it were permanent, a habit that sets us up for suffering when the inevitable currents of change arrive. We build our lives and our identities around things that are, by their very nature, impermanent. We become attached to a particular job, a specific relationship, our physical health, or a certain phase of our lives, and we can begin to believe on a subconscious level that these things will last forever. This attachment to permanence is a recipe for anxiety and grief. When a relationship ends, a job is lost, or our health declines, it can feel like our entire world is collapsing, not just because the experience is painful, but because it shatters our illusion of stability. To forget that everything is temporary is to live in a constant, low-grade resistance to the fundamental nature of reality. On the other hand, to embrace the truth of impermanence is not to become detached or nihilistic. It is to unlock a deeper and more vibrant way of living. When we truly understand that nothing lasts forever, we can learn to appreciate the good moments with a more profound sense of gratitude, knowing that they are precious and fleeting. The time spent with a loved one becomes more meaningful. The experience of a beautiful sunset becomes more poignant. We are less likely to take our blessings for granted. At the same time, this understanding provides immense comfort during times of struggle. When we are in the midst of a difficult period, a phase of grief, stress, or hardship, the knowledge that this too shall pass can be a powerful source of resilience and hope. It allows us to endure the storm without losing faith that the sun will eventually shine again. This is the wisdom of living in harmony with the flow of life, rather than in a constant battle against it. And it is the essential perspective we need as we contemplate one of the most significant and predictable of all of life's transitions: the process of aging.
Number 95. Not preparing for the inevitability of aging. Embracing the truth of impermanence logically leads us to confront a specific and universal reality that many of us make the mistake of ignoring: the inevitability of our own aging. In a culture that idolizes youth and often treats aging as a problem to be solved rather than a natural process to be navigated, it is easy to live in a state of denial, acting as if the challenges and changes of our later years will somehow not apply to us. We may see it as a distant and abstract concern, something to be worried about later. This failure to prepare is a profound disservice to our future selves. Aging is not a single event that happens overnight. It is a gradual and lifelong process that affects every aspect of our being: our physical health, our finances, our social connections, and our sense of purpose. To not prepare for it is to choose to be a passive victim of these changes, rather than an active and empowered participant in shaping our own later life.
Physical preparation involves the consistent, lifelong habits of healthy eating, regular exercise, and preventative health care. These are the investments that build a foundation of strength and resilience that will serve us profoundly in our later years. Financial preparation is equally critical. It is the disciplined practice of saving and investing over many decades, building a nest egg that will provide for our needs when we are no longer able or willing to work. It is about ensuring that our later years are defined by freedom, not by financial stress. And just as important is our social and emotional preparation. This involves nurturing our relationships, cultivating hobbies and interests that can be sustained over a lifetime, and continuing to find a sense of purpose and engagement beyond our primary career. By consciously attending to these areas throughout our lives, we are not just preparing for old age, we are creating it. We are actively shaping a future that is more likely to be characterized by vitality, security, and meaning. And this same proactive, forward-thinking mindset is essential for another area of life we often neglect: our preparedness for the unexpected.
Number 96. Neglecting to plan for emergencies. Just as the process of aging is a predictable certainty we must prepare for, life is also filled with unpredictable uncertainties for which we must be equally prepared. A common and potentially devastating mistake is neglecting to plan for emergencies. In the calm and routine of our daily lives, it is easy to be lulled into a false sense of security, to believe that a sudden job loss, a medical crisis, or a natural disaster is something that only happens to other people. We may see planning for emergencies as a pessimistic or unnecessary exercise, and so we put it off, leaving ourselves and our loved ones dangerously exposed. The absence of a plan does not prevent an emergency from happening. It only amplifies its negative impact when it does. A difficult situation can quickly escalate into a full-blown crisis when we are forced to make critical decisions in a state of panic and with no resources to fall back on. Proactive emergency planning is not about living in a state of fear. It is about creating a buffer of security that allows us to live with a greater sense of peace of mind. Financially, this most often takes the form of an emergency fund, a readily accessible savings account with enough money to cover several months of essential living expenses. This fund is the firewall that can prevent a temporary setback, like a car repair or a job loss, from turning into a long-term financial disaster. Practically, it involves having a plan for various scenarios. This could be as simple as having a first aid kit and essential supplies in your home, or as comprehensive as having a family communication plan and an evacuation route in case of a natural disaster. It also involves organizing our important information, passwords, insurance documents, and legal papers in a way that is secure and accessible to our loved ones if needed. By taking these simple, proactive steps during times of calm, we are giving a profound gift to our future selves. We are ensuring that if and when a storm does arrive, we will have the resources and the clarity to navigate it with resilience and grace. And this is the ultimate act of preparation for the most certain yet most avoided of all life's events.
Number 97. Accepting impermanence and preparing for life's cycles. As we build our resilience by planning for both the predictable and unpredictable challenges of life, we are ultimately led to confront the deepest and most universal of all realities, one that our culture often goes to great lengths to avoid. This is the mistake of failing to accept the truth of impermanence and to prepare for the final and most profound of life cycles, our own passing and that of our loved ones. We often treat this subject as taboo, a morbid and uncomfortable topic to be pushed to the furthest corners of our minds. But this avoidance does not change the reality. It only ensures that we and our families will be unprepared for it when it arrives, adding unnecessary confusion, conflict, and administrative burden to a time of already immense emotional pain. To prepare for this cycle is not a morbid preoccupation. It is an act of profound love and responsibility. On a practical level, this involves taking care of the necessary legal and logistical arrangements. This means creating a will to ensure our assets are distributed according to our wishes, and designating power of attorney for our health care and finances so that our loved ones are not left guessing about our desires in a time of crisis. It is about organizing our important information in a single accessible place to ease the administrative burden on those we leave behind. But the preparation is not just logistical. It is also emotional and spiritual. It is about having the courageous and compassionate conversations with our loved ones about our wishes. It is about using the awareness of our own mortality not as a source of fear, but as a powerful motivator to live more fully, to forgive more readily, and to love more openly in the present moment. By confronting this ultimate reality with courage and foresight, we can transform it from a source of terror into a profound teacher. It reminds us of what truly matters, and it gives us the clarity to focus our precious, finite time on building a legacy of love and meaning, a legacy that is built not in a single grand act, but in the quality of our moment-to-moment existence. And it is a powerful antidote to the greatest mistake of all.
Number 98. Realizing too late that the biggest mistake is not living fully. As we contemplate the finite nature of our time and the importance of preparing for all of life's cycles, we are inevitably brought face to face with what may be the single greatest and most tragic mistake of all, realizing only when it is too late that we have not truly lived. This is the quiet, creeping tragedy of a life spent in the shallows, a life of playing it safe, of going through the motions, and of prioritizing comfort and security over aliveness and meaning. It is the profound regret of reaching the end of our days and looking back not at a story filled with adventure, connection, and growth, but at a long and uneventful series of routines. To live fully is not necessarily about a life of dramatic globe-trotting adventure, though it can be. It is about a state of being. It is about engaging with the world with an open heart and a curious mind. It is about being willing to take emotional risks, to love deeply, and to be vulnerable. It is about pursuing the things that make us feel most alive, whether that is a creative passion, a meaningful career, or a deep connection with nature. It is about choosing courage over comfort. This mistake of not living fully is often the cumulative result of many of the other mistakes we have explored. It is the product of letting fear hold us back, of staying in situations that drain our spirit,
of neglecting our health and our relationships, and of postponing our joy to a future that never arrives. We can spend our entire lives preparing to live, waiting for the perfect moment or the right amount of security, without ever realizing that the living itself is meant to be happening right now. The antidote is a conscious and daily commitment to aliveness. It is about asking ourselves the question, what would I do today if I were not afraid? It is about choosing the action that, however small, moves us in the direction of our most authentic selves. It is about recognizing that our time is the canvas, and it is our responsibility to paint a life that is vibrant, meaningful, and uniquely our own. And a crucial part of this is understanding the powerful and often underestimated influence of our own choices.
Number 99. Underestimating the effect of your own choices. The tragedy of not living fully is often rooted in a subtle but disempowering mistake: the underestimation of the power and significance of our own daily choices. We can fall into a passive mindset, viewing ourselves as products of our circumstances, our genetics, or our upbringing. We may feel like we are merely passengers in our own lives, being carried along by currents that are outside of our control. While it is true that we are all influenced by external factors, to believe that we are powerless is to surrender our own agency and to absolve ourselves of the responsibility for creating our own lives. The reality is that our life, as it exists today, is largely the cumulative result of the thousands of small choices we have made over time. The state of our health is the product of our daily choices about food and movement. The quality of our relationships is the result of our daily choices about communication and presence. The level of our skills and knowledge is the outcome of our daily choices about learning and practice. Each choice in isolation can seem insignificant. The decision to eat a healthy meal or to go for a walk, the choice to say a kind word or to listen attentively, the choice to read a book instead of scrolling through social media. None of these individual actions will transform our lives overnight. But when these small, conscious choices are repeated day after day, they become habits. And our habits, compounded over time, are the invisible architects of our destiny. They are the rudder that, degree by degree, steers the ship of our life towards a particular destination. To underestimate the effect of our own choices is to give away our power to create change. To truly grasp their significance is to reclaim it. It is the empowering realization that we are not just characters in a story that is being written for us. We are the authors. And with this authorship comes the ultimate and most hopeful of all truths: the recognition that our story is never truly finished and that we always have the power to choose again.
Number 100. Forgetting that every day is a new chance to choose again. Our journey through these common life mistakes culminates in the most fundamental and hopeful truth of all, and the mistake we make is in forgetting it. The recognition that every single day presents us with a new and profound opportunity to choose again.
We can often become trapped by the weight of our past. We look at the mistakes we have made, the poor choices, the missed opportunities, and we can begin to believe that they have defined us permanently. We can feel that our character is fixed, that our path is set, and that we are destined to repeat the same patterns forever. This is the ultimate illusion, the final and most restrictive cage we can build for ourselves. The truth is that the person you were yesterday does not have to be the person you are today. The past is a place of learning, not a life sentence. At any moment, in any circumstance, you have the power to make a new choice. You can choose to apologize. You can choose to forgive. You can choose to start a new habit. You can choose to let go of a limiting belief. You can choose to be a little bit kinder, a little bit more courageous, or a little bit more present than you were the day before. This power of the new choice is the essence of human freedom and the engine of all growth. It is not about making a single dramatic transformation overnight. It is about the quiet, steady, and compassionate process of course correction. It is the recognition that our life is not a single monolithic sculpture, but a dynamic and ever-changing mosaic, and we are adding a new tile with every choice we make. To forget this is to live as a prisoner of your own history. To remember it is to live with a sense of boundless possibility. It is to wake up each morning with the knowledge that your past does not have to equal your future, and that today, in this very moment, you have the power to begin again.